Okay, the YouTube is streaming, and I believe
we need to record.
Yes, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Let's see, record, where are you? Here we are. I'm gonna need to give Suzanne a raise because this is a lot of work. Okay. All right, I am gonna go off camera, so everything is going now. Mayor Kendo.
Thank you so much. And right on time too. All right, so I will call the city council meeting to order at 6:30 on November 22nd, 2021. And for the record, all council members are present. And do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
I'll second.
Great, so roll call vote. Vice Mayor Geringer?
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
And Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
And I'm also an aye, so it is unanimous. And do we have any public comments for the closed session item only? So if you have any comments on our closed session item, please raise your hand. So do we see anybody?
I do not see any hands raised.
Great. Okay, so we will adjourn to our closed session item and be back at 7 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. Guess we're waiting for Carl.
Carl is coming in now, and you have 24 attendees.
Great, thank you. All right, we are back from our closed session with no reportable action. Now we'll take public comment for items not on the agenda. So if anybody has any public comment for items not on the agenda, please raise your hand. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mayor, it looks like we
Sorry.
do.
I'm sorry.
You got it, Trace?
I got it. I'm unmuted. I'm getting here. Yes, we have Terry Black followed by Grace Dixon. Okay, so Terry Black is here. You need to unmute, and we can't see you either.
I'm not sure why you can't see me, but I have unmuted.
Great, hello.
I'm here on behalf of the Lafayette Senior Services Commission to give you our report.
Hi, this
Am I
is
too
our time.
early?
You are just a little bit too early.
Okay,
So,
I'll mute.
well, thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, we do. We have Grace Dixon coming in.
Good evening, everyone. I have a quick request for a future agenda item, please. Given our years of history and recent events and current planning and future planning, I would like to entertain an idea in that we could have a downtown overlay district with a higher percentage of fees to be applied towards amenities. To date, we just haven't been able to catch up. The cost for land downtown is much higher than elsewhere. And I think we need a higher percentage for amenities fees downtown. I'm not saying it needs to be a double dip. And if we can't do that, and I don't know that we can't, but if we can't, I would like to see if we could charge a higher fee and then therefore apply, I don't know whether it would be an 80-20 to amenities elsewhere, but definitely we need to make sure that the downtown is taken care of. When I look at the next agenda items, senior services and environmental task force and community diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, all of those will be served if we solve the amenities downtown. So I'm just trying to turn over every rock to make sure that we can solve this somehow. And that is all I have to say. Oh, and also just because, the Quimby Act, it was supposed to be, that amenities are supposed to flow with the greater densities, but right now we're getting the density downtown, but we're not getting the amenities. So that's just the whole goal of my ask here.
Great, thank you. Just to let you know, it is on our planning commission work that they will be doing some nexus studies on fees. So yes.
Oh, great,
Yep.
I just don't know when
Yes.
that is. So awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Tracy, are
Yeah,
you?
yes, we do. If there's anybody else that has a public comment for items not on the agenda, please raise your hand now. I do not see any additional raised hands.
Great, so we'll go on to our presentations, and now we'll start with the Senior Services Commission. So we can bring the Senior Services Commission in.
Okay, so anybody on the Senior Services Commission, there's a bunch of you, if you could please raise your hand so that I can bring you in at the top, that would be very helpful. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think we have the last one coming in with this Ruth McCann. Okay, if there are any other commissioners out there, please raise your hand, but I believe we got them all.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Let's see, we may still have Conrad that wants in, Tracy, he's on our list as well. Good evening, Council.
I do not see oh wait, here he is, did not raise his hand, okay. Oh, did we get him? There he goes,
I got him, Trace.
thanks.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mm.
Good evening, Council. I'm Jonathan Kadianagi, the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Director for all of you at home. And it is my honor as the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Director to work with the Lafayette Senior Service Commission. The City of Lafayette has a robust program through the senior transportation and the senior membership and what we're able to provide for older adults in our community. And I'm going to turn the mic over to Chair Terry Black, who's going to present the presentation for you this evening.
Thank you, Jonathan. Good evening, Council. My name is Terry Black, and I am Chair of the Senior Services Commission for the City of Lafayette. We have some wonderful commissioners. I'd just like to tell you their names. I don't know if all of them are here with us today. Vice Chair is Conrad Brees. Our commissioners are Aaron Partridge, Dorothy Walker, Don Jenkins, Mike Kern, and Ruth McCacken. Thank you all for working so hard this year. It's amazing what we've accomplished throughout the last couple of years. Ready, John? Are we going to put the screen up? Okay, thank you. During the pandemic, we continued to meet via Zoom, and I'm not sure that we missed a month, but we may have. Don't quote me on that one. And we offered the following to seniors in Lafayette through Lafayette Senior Services and the La Miranda Spirit Van. We had classes and lectures over Zoom. We provided free one-on-one Zoom support. We assisted with meal delivery service. We supported local businesses with deliveries. We worked at La Miranda Village to support delivery services and access to vaccines. We have returned to in-person programs and rides. We are still providing some programs on Zoom, and we are still having our Senior Service Commission meetings on Zoom. We have sponsored Lafayette Community Foundation Senior Symposium and La Miranda Rotary 3/4 Century event, also on Zoom. We have sponsored the Lafayette Pickleball pilot program. Most recently, we have added the ARPA request for our pilot program for the Lafayette Shopping Shuttle. This is something that will be run by the Spirit Van and Mary Bruns to provide a way for people to get up and down Mount Diablo Boulevard via a shuttle bus. The pilot program is going to run probably, and it's not totally decided yet, but it is probably going to be from 10 in the morning to maybe 1 or 2 in the afternoon. And the day will be decided and hopefully it will be able to continue and have more than just one day. We are working with Jay Lifson and the Chamber of Commerce to determine what day would be most beneficial for businesses and restaurants to have a shuttle that would drop people off. People ask, how much would it cost? Mary Bruns has done a very definitive outline of what it would cost to run the shuttle just for one day a week. And we would also ask that people riding the shuttle would pay, we haven't come up with a final amount, but somewhere between 25 cents and $1. And it's kind of an off on. Once you get on and pay, then you get on and off as many times as you like, kind of like a tour bus in San Francisco. And maybe they'll stamp your hand and you'll be able to show your hand stamp and show that you have paid your way. Because of the parking issues in the city of Lafayette, and because gas is at a premium, and because many seniors are not driving and are concerned about where they could park if they had to go to one of our businesses or restaurants, we think the senior shuttle is a wonderful idea. It was voted on at our last meeting and approved at our last meeting. We have again requested ARPA funds to help the pilot program. In addition, we had some different kinds of things occurring this year. Maureen Newman, who has been so instrumental in setting up almost all of the senior services events and classes, has retired and is happily enjoying retirement, we hear. One of our other ideas that is probably going to be approved by the commission in the near future will be a program working with seniors and youth. And it will be similar to the birdhouses that you see around town, which have nothing to do with senior services. But I have a friend who lives in Sarasota, Florida, and they have wonderful rocks that they paint and leave all over town. So we're hoping that seniors and youth will get together and we can have a terrific Lafayette Rocks program. The biggest project we had was in 2019. Lafayette is designated an age-friendly city by AARP. We had to meet certain community requirements in order to do that. The action that AARP requires we take has to do with 8 domains: the housing domain, the outdoor spaces and buildings domain, the transportation domain, the communication and information domain, the civic participation and employment domain, the respect and social inclusion domain, and the health services and community supports domain. Don't know if I said social participation, but if I didn't, I would say it again. Other areas that need to be addressed by an age-friendly action plan are emergency preparedness, elder abuse, public safety, and dementia-friendly ideas and plans. For each of the 8 domains that we've listed, the commission is currently identifying goals. This is being done by having each commissioner take control and work on the particular domain that they're identified with. Creating action items within the domain by identifying lead organizations who might work with us, identifying potential partners, outlining timeline, potential barriers, current resources, communication plans, and metrics. And we're working hard on this, and John has been a guiding light for us by providing us with this information plan from other age-friendly cities around the country. Who was involved in the Senior Services Commission age-friendly planning? Certainly the City of Lafayette, Lafayette Senior Service Commission, City Council, Commission and committees, the Loma Linda Spirit Van, Lafayette Senior Service Department, and various city departments, including, in addition, I think I would add the youth group, which is an active group in the community. Stakeholders for planning for the domains include residents, visitors, employees, and volunteers, businesses, service providers, and medical safety services, property owners and developers, nonprofits, faith groups, community organizations, and regional service providers. We have held 2 large events. One was held at the library, and we had over 200 people there. And it was at that event that we were graced with the presence of Rafi Nazarian, who is the head of the age-friendly community for AARP, and he came and presented Don Tatson with our certification. And then we held 9 focus groups, 1 for each domain. So my domain happens to be community and health services. Each one of our specific domains held its own focus group so that we could get input from the community, from commissioners, whomever wanted to be there could come and talk to us about what they needed for the domain. In addition, we did hold an additional meeting for emergency preparedness because it's so important, obviously. We are currently working to develop a draft plan based on the information collected and are getting ongoing input from stakeholders. I'd like to give you one example of an achievement that we have. There was a big push in the community to get a pickleball court, and we were able to have the Lafayette rink down by the community center create an age-friendly pickleball court that supports multi-generational use. The action items resurfaced the outdoor rink with a tennis court surface, and they striped it for pickleball, which replaced the aging sport court tile at that time. The lead organization for that is the City of Lafayette Parks, Trails, and Recreation. The popularity is overwhelming. I'm not even sure, I don't know how many people are involved, but it is so popular that I guess it's hard to get on the court if you want to. They are giving classes in pickleball. Here's a picture of 3 people enjoying some pickleball. They also have hockey, soccer, lacrosse, basketball, skating, and pickleball, all on that one court. And I believe they're in process of putting up some lights. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, John. Is that right, John? They're putting up some lights.
Let's see. So the lights do exist, but we're working on a timer to make it even easier for the users. So we'll have an automatic timer so the public will have ongoing access out there without the need to get access to the electrical box that we currently need to use to turn on the lights at the rink.
I'm very, very proud of what Senior Services has been able to accomplish. And I think that the senior shopping shuttle is going to be a wonderful success and hopefully a great economic boost for our community. You can contact us at seniors@lovelafayette.org. And thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, for all the
Thank
work
you.
that you've been doing, even
Thank
though
you.
it's all been different, you know. You guys are still forged on and kept your commitment. I'm really excited about the pilot Spirit Van. Now, that's not only for seniors, or
No.
is it for everybody? Okay,
Well,
thank you.
Well, I'm sorry. My feeling is the word age-friendly is all-encompassing. You can't say, otherwise you would say senior only friendly. So in my opinion, age-friendly means everyone. If there is a mom who has a baby in her arms and she wants to get on a shuttle bus to go down to Trader Joe's and she lives at the other end of town, this is the concept that she'll be able to get on that bus. Oh, but she wants to stop and get some lunch and maybe sit with her baby in a park or whatever. She can get on and off. We're still working out the actual plans. And as I said, Mary Bruns is the one who is deeply involved in this. And she's so knowledgeable and so adept at getting this information. And she would be doing, I believe, the hiring of the driver. At this point, we're just looking at the one time frame. And then again with Jay to determine what the best day would be for the restaurants, or, some restaurants are closed on Mondays, et cetera. And I'm hoping one of the things I've worked on is that we will have, I hope, a senior discount for shoppers and maybe even for restaurants. I don't know. I don't guarantee that one, but Jay was quite excited about that. And he has met with his council regarding it before the pandemic, and they were quite excited about it. So hopefully, Jay told me the other day, he hopes that every day we can have a senior discount. And I don't know how that will play out, but I'm hoping that the two will combine to make it a more age-friendly community for everyone, including those younger people who would like to get on a bus and get where they have to go without putting money in a parking meter or trying to park or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Any other council members have any questions? Nope. Okay, we will take public comment. Oh, Vice Mayor Geringer.
No, it's okay. Actually, it's going to be a comment.
Okay, so we'll go to public comment.
Okay, anybody who would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand or hit *9 on your phone. Okay, I do not see any hands raised.
Great. Okay, so Vice Mayor Geringer.
So just again, thank you very much to the Senior Commission for all the work that you've been doing, and I'm very excited about the shuttle program, but also very excited about the senior and youth activity. I know that many throughout the community, both on the school side and TOTS and all of that, have talked about how important it is and what an incredible community building and important for both age groups. And so thank you very much for doing that. I'm excited to see how that works out and be on the age-friendly end of being with the youth and doing the rocks. So thank you very much for all you're doing. I look forward to that.
Thank you. Thank you. Lafayette will rock if it doesn't already.
Good to see it. All right. Any other questions? Councilmember Anduri.
I just want to say thank you for all the work on the age-friendly action plan. I think that's going to make a big difference in this space. So appreciate all the work that's been done on that.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you so much. We can't wait to hear how it all goes.
Thank you so much. We'll let you know.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, we'll go to the Environmental Task Force and the 2021 Lafayette Awards for Environmental Excellence.
Okay, anybody who is associated with this item, can you please raise your hand? I'm going to start moving you in. Here we go. Okay, anybody else? So I don't know if I have a staff member who's supposed to be presenting this. Narup?
No,
There's Nancy.
task force member Nancy Hu is going to be making the presentations on behalf of the Environmental Task Force.
Yeah, Joshua had mentioned that, or I had an email thread with Joshua as well as our liaisons about who is going to present, and so it will be me. So I guess we'll jump in. I don't see Project Earth, but I guess we'll get started with the Renton family. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city staff, and all those in attendance tonight. It is my great pleasure to present tonight's Lafayette Green Award recipients. We have 2 recipients. On behalf of the City Council and the Lafayette Environmental Task Force, every year we recognize outstanding efforts that contribute to a more sustainable community and help the city achieve its environmental goals. So the first to receive the Green Award for 2021 is Jamie, Scout, and Finn Renton for their activist efforts to address the use and proliferation of gas leaf blowers in Lafayette. Jamie, Scout, and Finn Renton's efforts to promote awareness of gas leaf blowers happened while remote learning earlier in the COVID-19 pandemic. Finding it hard to hear their teachers over Zoom while people were using leaf blowers outside, they decided to conduct research on the impacts of this equipment and whether other municipalities have taken measures concerning their use. Emphasizing the environmental impacts and actions other cities have taken, the Renton siblings have conducted a grassroots outreach effort to neighbors, the school district, and the city to advocate for the ban of leaf blowers. They were featured in the La Miranda Weekly in February of this year and have continued to research and push the city to use cleaner, less noisy alternatives such as electric leaf blowers and brooms and rakes. We applaud their efforts and thank them for their activism. Because of their efforts and because of the multitude of public comments, the ETF is currently working on an ordinance to restrict gas leaf blowers and plan to have language ready for the city to review next year. Thank you.
Terrific. Welcome, everybody. Yes, we received all of your emails and read. They were very well done and very convincing, and absolutely appreciate everything that you've done. And it totally makes sense being at home and you're listening to these Zooms. So hopefully you will be happy with us moving forward with this ordinance, and I hope you all stay involved. All right, do we have any other questions for anybody? Nope. Okay, so do you want us to go to public comment now and then come back and bring in the other Project Earth people? Nancy, would that be okay?
Oh, sure. I was actually going to ask the Renton siblings if they had any words
Okay.
or anything
Yes.
they wanted to say before opening for public comment.
Sounds great. Please.
Well, first, thank you for this award. And we hope that Lafayette will join other cities like Palo Alto and Washington, D.C. and ban gas-powered leaf blowers from next year.
Great. Thank you. Those are 2 pretty important cities, huh? Would have done this. Thank you. All right, so let's go to public comment.
Okay, if anybody has a public comment on this part of the item, please raise your hand. Press *9 if you're on a telephone. I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Great. So again, we appreciate everything you're doing, and thank you for encouraging us to do this in our city. Do any other council members have any comments? Nope. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. And have a nice evening.
Oh, she disappeared.
Oh, Nancy, can you bring her back in?
Let's see, where did she go? Here she is.
Should we come back on a future meeting when we can have the Project Earth team available?
If they are not here, right?
Yeah, I don't know who I should be looking for, who might be representing Project Earth. If you could give me a name, but
Possibly Sejal, Sejal.
I don't see any of their names on here and was going to
Okay.
say the thing,
Okay.
same thing that Councilmember Anduri is, Nancy, if we could bring them back at another meeting,
Oh, okay. Okay.
that would be
That'd be
great.
great. Perfect.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
I will talk to Joshua about it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
To bring back Project Earth. All right. So now we will go on to the Community Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Committee report.
Okay, I have several members. If you could please raise your hand so we can let you in. Let's see. One more. Okay. Let's see. I believe we have everybody here. We need Jennifer and Janet to turn on their cameras. Okay, I think they're all here.
Great. Thank you.
Vicky Henry.
Wait, I did. Oh, wait, here she is. I'm sorry, she didn't have her hand raised.
And Lynn McMichael.
Oh, there she is. Okay, I believe everybody's in now.
Welcome.
Great. Thank you for having us to do this presentation. We're going to report on the Community Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Belonging, DEIB Committee. We were established, the City Council's Equity Inclusion had a couple of town halls, springtime maybe, and the city was charged with coming up with a committee, and that's where this has been for the last 6 months. Since June of 2021 through now November, there's been 43 individuals on the distribution list. That's not how many people show up the Zoom meetings we have, but we do, that is the distribution list. Jennifer Wakeman is our city liaison. Members have made 3-month commitment windows, June through August. There was 2 community conversations that were held during that period of time. From September to November, there was a couple of activities or a couple of events, and then another community conversation that just took place. We had 26 weekly meetings on Zoom from June through September, and then switched to bi-weekly from October to November. And going forward, I think it's going to be monthly. The Zoom meetings, they were on Zoom. There were 4 subcommittee meetings and 1 presentation to the DEI City Task Force. We've been discussing relevant news articles. That's kind of how we started out, and local incidences. We've discussed the GPAC and the group's role and purpose. We drafted a mission and vision statement for our DEIB committee. We planned 3 community conversations and other events. We've maintained the focus on community awareness and education. We've continued to look at ways Lafayette can be more inclusive and welcoming. This is the drafted mission and vision statements that we created for the committee. Our mission statement is: the Lafayette DEIB Committee is committed to building awareness, solutions, and leadership for racial, social, and economic justice by generating transformative ideas, information, and experiences. We do this through community engagement, continuous learning, advocacy, and action. Our vision statement is: the DEIB Committee envisions a society where all systems, including education, healthcare, housing, criminal justice, and the economy, are just, fair, and inclusive, enabling all people to participate and reach their full potential. We believe in the dignity, and humanity of all people, and strive for a healthy and prosperous community that promotes all people having equitable access and opportunity.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Wonderful to see you, and thank you for letting us do this presentation. So far, we have had 3 community conversations. The first one was July 27th, 2021, that included the PTA, the Chamber, Town Hall Theater, Temple Isaiah, and others. Representatives shared views on DEIB and noted challenges to bringing about the goals of really not just our organization, not just our committee, but the city. The second community conversation was on August 30th, 2021. Student representatives talked about DEIB issues at schools and in the community and the difficulties they faced. The third one was on November 18th, just last week, 2021, on equity, empathy, and engagement. Steve Pauling, the Miramonte High School teacher, and students from Acalanes Unified High School District facilitated conversations with the community at the Lafayette Learning and Library Center. The event was held in conjunction with the Lafayette Stands Against Hate Week. That was this past week. Thank you.
Hi, everybody, and thank you again for having us on. So our 6 months of activity, our actions have been, we tabled at the Reservoir Runs, the Healthy Lifestyles, fair in October, the rainy day one, as you can see from the picture. We've had lengthy discussions about the GPAC's drafts of vision, mission, and value statements. We've communicated with the GPAC members about 2 sets of suggested DEIB edits. We also tabled at the Chamber's Res Walk last Friday, and we've formalized publicity practices and drafted recommendations for presentation to you tonight. And our future actions include continuing to meet at least monthly through February of 2022. We plan community conversation number 4 with homeowners groups and realtors to discuss welcoming of diversity in Lafayette. We'd like to explore options for communicating bias-related incidents made to police and schools for public awareness. Also to organize a racial bias bystander training workshop, which would be open to all community members. Excuse me. We'd like to continue collaboration with the schools and other organizations with sharing of all DEI resources with the entire community. And last but not least, work with you all, the DEI task force and city staff to formalize recommendations presented here tonight.
Hi. So these are some of our recommendations. When we met with the task force, they asked that we try to make them as specific as possible. So that's what we will try to do. The first one is really to enhance the city's website, where right now, currently, there's no indication of the city's commitment. We know it's there. There's no indication on the website of its commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So we'd like to, knowing that we really don't have a designated city webmaster and that we have a website that community members are already used to navigating, we feel the following recommendations would be relatively easy to include on the city's website, the current city's website. while making a commitment to DEIB much more visible to visitors to the website and to the community at large. First of all, on the homepage, under the following links, there are a number of links on the homepage. We suggest adding a sublink, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. There are many sublinks under the links. Those links we suggest adding that to are the hot topics link on the homepage, the City Hall link, the residents link, business link, visitors link, and Why Lafayette link. So when clicking on the DEIB tab or sublink under each of those, we suggest having the following appear for each of these. And I'm not going to read it, but in thinking about, we thought a lot about what we'd want to put at that sublink to indicate our commitment and our action toward DEIB. We really thought that this Vistas article published spring 2021 said it all. So we would recommend putting that there. I'll just read the first sentence. Lafayette, since its incorporation in '68, it's always sought to be fair, open-minded, and accepting. In large part, we kept to these values, but as we've seen across the nation in recent years, systemic racism still exists, and it lists our efforts towards that. And I think that, after you've read this, and if the community is watching tonight, it's in the packet, so we'll be online for them to look. I think that this is actually a fairly good summary of where we are. Okay, next slide. In addition, on the website, on the city's website, for the home hot topics, City Hall and residents DEIB sublink, in other words, under that same diversity sublink, we suggest adding the National PTA calendar, and I have the link there. It's an excellent calendar. We recommend that the city adopt this national calendar as an official diversity inclusion calendar for the city of Lafayette. Now, this is a calendar that some of you are probably aware of. It's updated annually by the PTA, for the National PTA, and includes almost all cultural and religious holidays and designated months and days of recognition. Adopting this calendar could preclude having multiple city proclamations, as is our current method of recognizing many cultural events and social issues. This calendar would educate the whole community. It's very rich, but it could also be a reference for our publicist, Susanna Arla, with direction to her to include regular information or statements about multicultural or diversity topics in our weekly roundups or our daily briefings. Also, we might encourage our community members, as we refer to this calendar, to share their experiences relative to these cultural events and holidays. Finally, next page, Jennifer. Under the business DEIB sublink, we recommend adding the Chamber's own recently adopted DEI statement, which is very strong. Okay, next page.
Good evening, everybody. Our additional recommendations to the City Council for action: maintain funding for a staff member liaison to work with the Community DEIB Committee and City DEIB Task Force to assist with activities. Funding, we realize that we are not a 501c3, but intend to ask the Lafayette Community Foundation to be our fiscal sponsor. So that's something we will work on. And following that, we request funding up to $10,000 to be allocated in the Council's December 2021 budget for the following: compensation for guest moderators or instructors for DEIB-related workshops or events, such as racial bias bystander training, and also for community event posters, supplies, refreshments, and educational resources. We recommend that the city take a stand on DEI values, maintain a DEIB lens with regard to all city roles, including police expectations, housing, and the general plan. Maintain a continued presence on the city's website, and continue with training of council, commissions, and staff. Thank you all for your time and consideration, listening to all of us. And if you have any questions or comments, we are here to respond. Thank you.
Great, thank you all. You can bring the presentation down. Thank you, great presentation. I really appreciate how you were very specific in your asks, and that's always very helpful in guiding us through this process. So I actually don't have any questions. Does any other council members have any questions? Councilmember Kwok.
Sure. Thank you for such level of detail. I have a question for Janet Thomas on the section about the website. And that would be, as far as recommendations to put content on those certain tabs, would the community DEIB committee be willing on a quarterly basis to provide updates to recommend updates to the city and to sort of keep an eye out on any things that could be added so that, we don't just post it there, but then there's no follow-up on updates. So that would be the first question. Could the community committee be, on a quarterly basis?
I don't envision a problem doing that at all. As a matter of fact, that would be, one of the tasks we would love to do.
Okay. It does. If there's no changes, that's fine. But just on a quarterly basis, even if you said, okay, no changes, then that would, at least we'd know somebody's checking on it and making sure that it was up to date. And then the second question I had was on the calendar portion, adopting the PTA calendar. What did you mean? Like we would link to that calendar, or would we like actually transpose the dates for Hanukkah on December 6th? Would we put on the city calendar Hanukkah on December 6th and all the other dates, or are you thinking we would link to a calendar? How does
I think looking at what the National PTA calendar, there are so many dates and so many cultural recognitions on there. I think a link would be what I would recommend. We actually came up with a possible, we chose, and actually Jennifer helped facilitate this, we chose some of the most important months of recognition or dates, but realized in our discussion we were leaving some out and didn't want to do that. This is a very inclusive calendar, and I think, again, if our strong recommendation is the city adopt this as an official calendar for the city. You could call it what you want, an inclusion, cultural diversity calendar, or the city's calendar. But it wouldn't be practical to go onto our city's calendar. However, as we indicated, it would be great if our publicist acknowledged dates weekly, possibly on a weekly basis, or recognized cultural months that are being celebrated, and maybe bring up maybe ask some of our community members to share some of their recollections or the meaning of those times with the community.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Councilmember Nduri. You're muted.
I had that same question on the calendar. I agree completely with the answer. I think linking is great because that'll also enable community organizations like the library and others who put on programs to plan in advance for programming for particular months. So my remaining question, this is for Allison Hill. You mentioned the $10,000 to be allocated. Did you have a time period in mind for that $10,000? Would that be for the rest of this fiscal year and the next fiscal year, or the rest of this fiscal year? What time period did you have in mind?
I think one piece was up to, because we really don't have a budget, and we probably would not spend that much, but we're asking it that it be in the budget for the next fiscal year.
Okay.
I believe. Well, Janet, do you have a comment on that?
That's my understanding as well.
Great. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, seeing none, can we get some public comment?
If anybody has a public comment on this item, please raise your hand or hit *9 on your phones. And give people a second. I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Great, thank you. All right, Janet. You're mute.
I just wanted to make one more comment and thank those on the staff, those on the council, and certainly Narup. I think, and I'm sure Narup has shared that just recently the Board of Supervisors, this was one of the tasks that the task force initially was trying to do when they talked about changing police duties. It's so wonderful that we implemented the county, this community crisis intervention program. And I want to thank you all for helping in spearheading this, where they're going to train regional crisis response teams, a call center, to triage and dispatch so that the police don't have to be the people attending to behavioral and mental health crises in our county. Certainly ties into what we're trying to do as well. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. All right, so again, I appreciate everything you're doing. So the links, I mean, I think all of your asks are very reasonable, and I'm seeing some nods around here, and hoping that we can give direction to staff to try to implement some of these things. I do have a question. So, I do have a question about the calendar. I do want to ask, is that possible? Can we post it? Do we have to adopt it? What does that mean? I don't really understand what that means for a city to adopt a calendar. And so if there's any clarification, maybe from Mala.
I would want to be clear that we weren't adopting the holidays for our own staff, i.e. we're not closing city offices on all of those days that are listed, but it seems like it's maybe just needs to be worded carefully, because it just to clarify that it's maybe to promote those days, but not necessarily take all of those days off, if that makes sense, because we have different
Yes.
that we close.
Absolutely. All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Njeri.
Well, just on that point, I think we could, a resolution could say we acknowledge the special months and days that are listed on the PTA national calendar, and leave it at that. I was just going to suggest, well, first, thank you to the group. You've really done a lot in the 6 months, and your work plan, the future looks great. So thank you very much. I was just going to suggest as a way forward, maybe the council DEI task force could just take a quick look at the recommendations and bring them back on our consent calendar on the December 3rd meeting, and then we can just adopt them then.
Excellent idea. All right, Lynn.
You're muted.
Muted.
I just wanted to comment on the task force that Narup was on with the county, that on Sunday night, this past Sunday night, on 60 Minutes, the first segment of that program was on cities that are adopting the very thing that our county is trying to bring about. And it was so positive and such an education for me that I just wanted to recommend that if anybody can take a look at that first segment on policing and reform, it might be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. On Sunday, great. Councilor Dawson.
I just wanted to follow Councilmember Andori's suggestion. I think that's a great way to bring this back, so we can move these recommendations forward. And I want to thank this group. 26 meetings every week, and then the following bi-weekly to get, that's incredible persistence, tenacity, and engagement. And just so appreciate that work, because it is hard work, bringing and engaging the community on these and putting what you have recommended out to us. So much appreciation from all of you. Thank you.
Yes. Vice Mayor Geringer.
I also like the idea of having the asks come back. The task force, Mayor Candell and I will meet and move forward with that. Also want to just heap lots of kudos and thank you and praise onto the committee. And I think that it was 43 or something like that on the mailing list, but I want to say that this core group, I have tried to attend every one of the events, as I know many of my colleagues have. And whether it's pouring down rain, it's 7 a.m. in the morning at the reservoir, after being at the library until 8 or 8:30 the night before, they are very much committed. And I look forward to continuing to work with all of you and others who are listening who would like to join the work as this moves forward with the City of Lafayette and with the community grassroots effort. So thank you very much.
All right, Janet.
I'm so sorry. Last but not least, I think we'd all be remiss if we didn't say to Wei Tai, we miss you. He really got the ball rolling.
I'm a proud alumni, and
That's right.
even prouder what you've done after me. It's I'm so happy that you've kept the momentum going even better. I can't believe it's 6 months. It's only 6 months, and you've achieved so much. So thanks to everybody for soldiering forward. I did have a comment, Mayor Kendall, and that was to ask also the city manager on the website request. I think that is something that the group has asked for, to try to surface more clearly on our website or statement. So I wonder if we could put a date, and whether December 31st, having something up there would be a reasonable date that the city could take these recommendations. And again, these were very specific as to what exact links and so forth, but maybe is there a person on the staff that could look at those recommendations, and before it came up on the consent calendar next time, that the exact, whether it's E6 or 5 or whatever links and language, that is there staff resources that would be able to be committed so that we could launch it no later than December 31st?
Thank you for that suggestion, Councilmember Kwok. I will work with Jennifer, and we will work with the council subcommittee and come up with a deadline. Jennifer is our staff resource for this effort. So,
thank you.
All right, Allison.
I would just like to say how much we appreciate Jennifer. What a great asset she is. And at times, not only Jennifer, but her entire family show up in the rain or early in the morning, and we're very appreciative.
She's pretty special. I agree. We all appreciate her so very much for going above and beyond in all of this work. It's really great. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, so I think that's it. Thank you all. Bye. Have a lovely night.
Okay. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
You too. Okay, so we'll go to the consent calendar. Does anybody want to pull any items on the consent calendar? Okay, I think we're missing Gina. Oh, no, she's here. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I got people mixed up on my screen there for a minute. We're all here. Great. So I don't see anybody wanting to pull any consent items. Do any members of the public want to pull any items off of the consent calendar? If you do, please raise your hand.
Raise your hand or hit *9. I do not see any hands raised, Mayor.
Great. So can I get a motion to adopt the consent calendar? Go ahead.
I'll move adoption of the consent calendar.
Second.
All right. Vice Mayor Geringer?
Aye.
Councilmember Njuri?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. So we are adopting the consent calendar. Thank you, everyone. Old business, the ARPA subcommittee.
Okay, can the members of the ARPA who are speaking, Sandra, Thomas, Barry, please raise your hand so I can get you in quickly. Let's see. Okay. I don't see Barry on here. Sandra, if you want to turn your camera on and unmute, are you going to be giving the presentation?
Hi, no, I spoke with Barry earlier today. He said he was going to be giving the presentation. So let me text him real quick and make sure he's joining us.
Sounds great.
Tracy, Barry's trying to get in, but he can't raise his hand.
So let's see.
I don't see a raise hand feature. I'm in here.
It should be down at the bottom of your screen.
What is he in as? I don't see Barry Foster. I see
on the city's webpage and clicked into city meeting.
Okay, so it should be, it's a Zoom and it should be.
Let me go on my records. Let me go back in and do it with my computer at work.
Okay, he's going to try with his computer at work to see if that works.
So Sandra, you might want to make sure he's not on the YouTube, as opposed he might have hit the YouTube link.
Tracy, he's in YouTube. I'm on YouTube too, but
no, you're not. You're in the Zoom.
You're in the Zoom.
You're in
There's
the
a Zoom and a
Okay.
YouTube.
There's a Zoom link and
How do I get to Zoom?
okay, well, I don't see you in a list of attendees unless you are here as somebody else.
How do I get back? Oh, here, via teleconference via Zoom.
Yep.
I think it's getting there.
sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Sorry.
Oh, fantastic. All right.
I'm Zoom.
Can you see him?
Yeah, I'm in.
You are. Can you raise your hands?
He's in.
There we go. Here he comes. Yay. So Barry, we can't see you, but when you're muted, but you are in as a presenter. And
There he is.
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and share the screen. Okay.
Sorry, I guess I was in YouTube. Well, thank you for allowing me to present this tonight. And I want to just start off by saying that this presentation really is.
We can hear you. That somehow
I
is
think
delayed.
you have to turn down your YouTube if you're still in. You need to mute that.
Or turn it off. Yeah.
Sorry, I guess I was on YouTube. Let me get out of this other one, dang it. There. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Too many computers and too many things on there. But again, I wanted just to start off by saying that the report we put together and the presentation really it's the compilation of the entire ARPA subcommittee. And so the subcommittee is made up of 2 council members, so Councilmember Anduri and Dawson, and then we've got staff support from 5 staff members. So it's the city manager, the administrative service director, Thomas Myers, myself, and then Sandy Meyer. We're both with the HDL companies. So can I go to the next slide, please?
Just one second. Let's see.
Okay.
There we go.
Great, thanks. So, and we've come forward a number of times with to the city council at meetings along the way here to talk about ARPA and progress to where we're talking about some funding allocations tonight for the first tranche of monies. And so we just to hit upon, we really, the subcommittee looked at ways to get feedback from the community in a number of different ways. And so we did a business needs survey to really understand the impact that COVID and the pandemic has had on businesses in the community. We also did a community survey. And so we had over 1,300 responses to that. So that was a big number there. And we also did 2 workshops via Zoom. And then we did, again, we've had a number of previous city council meetings where we've talked about ARPA, which is the American Rescue Plan Act. And then at our last council meeting, the city council adopted some guiding principles that were presented by the ARPA subcommittee to really understand some priorities in terms of ARPA funding. So the first one was to protect existing city services and replace general revenue losses. The second one is to support the economic recovery of households. The next one is to support the economic recovery of small businesses in the community. And then to deal with expenses for problems caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. And then the fourth one is to look at economic recovery investments that will be kind of vital in terms of recovery in the community. And so those guiding principles were talked about at the last city council meeting and adopted. And so they really have driven a lot, along with all the different types of ways we tried to seek input from the subcommittee on kind of wants and needs in the community. Next. And so tonight there's some some recommended funding actions or allocations in terms of the first tranche of money which the city received in July of this year. And there's a few things that have already been, the council's already approved. And so I just want to highlight those real quickly. One was funding for Townsend and for the continuation of the business assistance program in Lafayette. The second one was to fund an e-gift pilot program to really help with kicking off an e-gift card program in Lafayette. And that really benefits not only residents who want to participate in that program and purchase e-gift cards, but then has that rippling impact, and it helps with the business community too. And so it has a number of ways to help. And so excited about getting that program going with Yifty, who will be the vendor for that program. And they're doing e-gift card programs in probably about 25 or 30 communities in Northern California right now, and they're talking to a bunch more. And then ARPA Consulting is another one that we've got on there. So we have that. And then the last thing that was already approved that was to do with all the need for Zoom meetings and continuing those things, was to make some technology advancements to help with kind of a hybrid and continue on, so that the quality of those Zoom meetings and other things can be the very best possible for the community. So the subcommittee really has looked at what are some of the immediate needs. And so there was a lot of requests for funding. Some provided more detail than others. The subcommittee had a lot more requests and wants than money that was available for the first tranche. I also want to note that there's also the possibility that ARPA, some of the rules and regulations for ARPA could change. Senate Bill 3011, and we've talked to the City Council about this before. 3011 was adopted by the US Senate a few weeks ago. It's been stuck with the House for the last few weeks. They've been dealing with a lot of different things there, and they finally got an infrastructure bill approved. So hoping that will come about and get approved there and get signed by the president. But there's a possibility that there'll be some more flexibility in terms of uses that were eligible and make things a little bit easier to deal with ARPA. So that's some kind of hopeful things that we're looking at down the road. So there's opportunity, I think, to see some changes there. So that's kind of coming. And so looking at all those kinds of things. So the first, and just because there's not a funding allocation in this first round, and there still is some unused funds in the first tranche that is still available and could be considered. I know the subcommittee is anxious, looking at a number of other things to consider those funds yet this first year. And then there's a second tranche coming in next July. And so there's you have until the end of 2024 to allocate money, and have till the end of 2026 to spend money. So there's still plenty of opportunities to go ahead and look at considerations for funding down the road. So the first one that is being recommended by the subcommittee is to look at that general fund revenue recovery. So the $880,055, that's the lost revenue per the methodology that is currently in the ARPA rules. And so it's a formula that lumps kind of all your revenues into one methodology. It looks at some of them that the city had that did have decreases, and some they didn't have decreases. And so that's one of the things that Senate Bill 3011 is looking at, is trying to streamline that and make that a little bit easier, provide some more flexibility for cities to show a little bit more revenue loss. Tracy's done some calculations that show certainly there's more revenue loss that the city experienced than just this $880,000 and some change. But the 880 that's the calculation that's currently allowed for revenue loss under the ARPA rules. The second category is look at some nonprofit assistance, and the subcommittee wanted to use the Lafayette Community Foundation is kind of the umbrella group to help manage that. And so that they've got the relationships and the skill and the expertise to go out and work with the existing nonprofits that are already working in Lafayette. And so it could be food programs, Meals on Wheels. It could be senior programs. It could be just a number of social service needs that people in Lafayette are really needing assistance. And so I think the Lafayette Community Foundation is in a really good position to understand and work with groups to do that. And so they've got those established networks and relationships, and the subcommittee wants to utilize that. And we're doing work in 14, soon to be 15 cities for ARPA. And I think a lot of the communities are doing that, using those established relationships. I think that's an important thing to recognize and use their expertise. And so $100,000 is as a funding allocation, looking to the community foundation to kind of firm those up and really understand those needs and wants in the community. The second or third item is actually the business district shopping or shuttle pilot program that the previous speaker talked about when he gave the report on the senior services. And so a funding allocation to help with that of $15,000. I think that will help, again, not only seniors, but just folks that are using the downtown. And so I think to have that shuttle, it's certainly a worthy endeavor and something that the subcommittee thought was an immediate need to help get that going for the holiday season. So in terms of a timing perspective, doing that now and helping with that. The fourth one is, again, some ARPA consulting consideration. The economic development manager, Thomas Myers, to continue his contract. And then there's some money in there for Townsend too, to go ahead and continue to get through this first year. And then the last component is the Park Theater Trust. And so there's some timing considerations there for that. And so when you look at the community survey, when you look at the workshops that were held, the Park Theater really ranked high in a lot of different ways in terms of wanting to help that endeavor and get that going because of the economic engine that could provide for the downtown area. And so immediate need is $500,000, and so that funding allocation is put in there. And so the timing of that is really to see that happen before the end of the year. And can you go to the next slide, please? So we're still tracking Senate Bill 3011, and we're going to hopefully understand in the next few weeks kind of what's going to happen there and if there's any kind of adjustments in there. So the first, when you look at the green column, that's that column that those items I talked about that have been already approved by the City Council. And then the orange color in the middle is those immediate needs that the subcommittee thought should be funded in this first tranche of monies that the city received from ARPA. And so it's got the things I talked about, the general fund transfer, the nonprofit assistance. It also includes the Chamber of Commerce. And so the funding and I didn't have that in the previous slide, I apologize for that, but there's a $350,000 funding allocation for the Lafayette Chamber of Commerce. And so that's to show that they've certainly had a tough time recently in terms of revenue generation, but they serve a very important role as your de facto economic development arm for the city. And so in helping with the downtown and special events and all those kinds of things. So the $350,000 for the subcommittee to work at developing a scope of work with the chamber on what that money is to be used to help with business assistance, to help with marketing, to help with special events in the community, and really serving as that economic development role for the city. And then there's the shuttle program and advancement of ARPA consulting contracts, and then the Park Theater trust allocation. So you're coming up with that first funding tranche. And so there's still a piece of that is unaccounted for. It could be, the subcommittee is still looking at ways that they could still provide some more funding in this first tranche. And then, so you've got that first allocation is a little over $3 million. And then there's still some things that are being looked at that we're still trying to figure out some of the specifics in terms of that. So there's a website for household assistance recovery that's being looked at. There's a business district marketing program for the downtown area. There's small business technical assistance to bring in really an expert and to work with the business committee on one-on-one counseling, providing them with the resources to help with their business and get them to advance and recover. Another component is $200,000 to really advance the outdoor dining. A lot of restaurants have taken the opportunity to do outdoor dining. At one point, restaurants weren't allowed to have indoor dining. So a lot of them, they survived by doing takeout, but by doing outdoor dining. A lot of those improvements are temporary in nature. ARPA funds are allowed to be used to help improve those kind of temporary outdoor dining and make them a little more attractive and a little bit aesthetically pleasing for people to use, because they're going to be around for a while. And so the subcommittee really thought that was important. And that was from the community survey, that was one of the most telling things. There was a very high percentage of people that took the survey that said they were using outdoor dining and they wanted to see it continue. And they wanted to see it and made better and made those improvements made better. So there's a funding allocation for that there. There's another piece that's being recommended to improve the HVAC and ventilation system in the community center at $270,000. And then again, there's little over $322,000 that's unallocated in this first tranche that could still be put forward to something. I know the subcommittee is still looking at other things that are pressing needs and wants and that are important in this first tranche. And so that allocation is there, and the subcommittee could come back along with these ones that are in yellow to talk about some other future needs in this first tranche. So with that, again, I think I just want to emphasize that there was a request for a lot more and than what the city had in the first allocation. But there's opportunities that's still some unallocated funds. I know the subcommittee wants to consider other possibilities and work on kind of flushing out some of the things that are identified in that yellow column, but then also look at the second tranche and other kinds of things that can be used as we move forward. So with that, I know that Councilmember Anduri and Dawson, I'd like to give them an opportunity to kind of talk about some of the thoughts and the way that the subcommittee deliberated and looked at all the requests that they had in terms of recommending what we were presenting tonight in terms of recommended allocation. So I'd like to have both of them share some of their thoughts and opinions as well.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Barry. I think you covered, obviously the staff report is very detailed as far as what we considered and why we considered and why we made our recommendations. But I do want to emphasize what Barry did mention, that we had so many worthwhile requests from organizations in the community as to how to spend this money. And we just want to say we prioritized what the council approved as the priorities. And we were definitely focusing on what the ARPA funds were primarily geared for, which is basically economic recovery for households that have been impacted by the pandemic, businesses, obviously, and of course the city, because we also need to be made whole so we can provide services at our standard that is expected by our community. So that was really important. And for those organizations and community comments that came in regarding regarding how to spend, we are still have those in consideration. We have unallocated funds, as Barry mentioned, that we are still researching different things. We are still wanting to gear any of these requests against those priorities and ARPA eligible ways we can spend that. So are looking forward to further conversations. But we definitely are focusing on those primarily impacted in terms of households and businesses in the city. So from there, Carl, if you have anything to add, I would encourage council to please ask questions as you go through.
Okay, I just want to sharpen up one thing. As you can see from the chart, the green items you've already approved, those aren't under discussion tonight. The items that are in orange are the items that the subcommittee has done all the work on. We think those need to be approved tonight in order for them to be effective. There's no reason to wait, and it would be detrimental to wait. So we urge you to consider those and approve those tonight. The items that are in yellow, we have done all the work on those and we are recommending them. Make no mistake about that. There's no further work to be done other than implement, but they don't need to be decided tonight. So if you don't want to discuss each of those tonight, they can be taken up at the next meeting, but we have done the work on them. The only item that you caught this report at a particular moment of time, we had to bring it to you because the orange items we need approved. As Councilmember Dawson has said, there is the unallocated amount. Part of the reason that that's unallocated, and it's the number one reason we cite in the staff report, is because we're still studying several items. So I anticipate that as early as the next meeting, we might come back with another recommendation, but we're still looking at things, so I don't want to guarantee anything there. The other thing I want to emphasize is that we are covering the things, and you know, this is the first tranche. We are making available to the city the amount that we can, because then we have the most flexibility for using that for parks, pedestrian, bicycle, safety, all the things that we want to do. We have the most flexibility. Arguably, we can't use it for those purposes under the current ARPA regulation. So in the comments that people make, I'd ask you to keep this in mind. I'd ask you to, what is it that's in yellow or orange on that chart that you would want us to take away? Because I would say that if our mandate was to get money to help the recovery of families and businesses as soon as possible, those are the items that we focused on. So that's all I have to say for now.
Appreciate both of your comments, and thank you, Barry. Excellent presentation, and thank you all. It's a lot of work and a lot of details, and you're taking it very seriously. We all of Lafayette appreciates what you are doing. I do have some questions. So the money to the general fund. So I know that it gives us absolutely the most flexibility by putting it in there to spend on these things that people maybe like us to spend it on. But Nirup or Tracy, do you have an idea of how much money the city just plain needs in order to, back cover what we experienced? Do you have any?
Barry alluded to it when I calculate the losses from the three biggest revenue streams, which was sales tax, hotel tax, and parking. I calculate at least $2.9 million that the city has lost because of the pandemic. And I will be presenting the budget to you at your next meeting in December. I will say that, and I have expressed this also to the subcommittee, is that the city does need to take care of the programs we already have in place and make sure that we have enough money to keep doing what we're already doing. So, I mean, you do need to consider that before I think you start necessarily handing out additional money from the general fund. I think you are going to have a better sense of what the city might need when we present the budget. But we do have a lot of things that are, as you well know, things that have been unfunded or underfunded for many years. Stormwater pollution, downtown maintenance, and those things are actually going to only be even more underfunded as we get more mandates. So I do want to caution that.
Thank you. One more question. There are requests that came in to donate to LPI. Is that even possible? Gina, Councilmember Dawson.
Oh, well, right now, it's not necessarily eligible in terms of the organization as is. I think if there are specific pandemic-related ways that there is eligibility, one of the ways we looked at funding was if organizations, for instance, any organization, we'd look at other ways that there could be possible funding, because this is a one-time allocation for the city. The school districts also received ARPA allocations, and we are having conversations, checking in with the district. I know Councilmember Geringer, we asked her to check in with those, so that's one of those things we are ongoing researching about how we might be able to work together and what could be eligible. So that's conversation is still left to be had more conversations, because we've had a few.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Well, Vice Mayor Geringer.
So I just want to make sure that I only spoke with, that the record and shows that I only spoke with Councilmember Dawson about the school districts ARPA and use of their ARPA funds, not to the subcommittee on that. But thank you, Mayor Kandel, for bringing that up. And so Councilmember Nduri, I just wanted to clarify. So the items in yellow on here and items that you are still studying are not the same? Because you said you're ready, the yellow items could be approved tonight as well. They're not as time sensitive, but other items are still under consideration either for the future tranche, or what are those?
The bottom line, unallocated, 322,111. That's under further study. We haven't made a recommendation as to the unallocated amounts.
Okay, but right now, the ones that you have studied that equal the unallocated amount in the yellow. So I think I'm confused about what the yellow column represents.
The yellow column are items that we are recommending. You could approve them tonight, and that would be fine. But if you don't want to approve them tonight, you can wait till the next meeting. The items in orange can't wait.
Okay, I'm going to go back again. So it's just
the items under immediate, really like the council to approve tonight. The to be determined later. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the first six items disregard unallocated. The first, we've done the work, we're making the recommendation, you can approve them tonight, and we'll start implementing. Staff will start implementing.
Thank you. I got it. I was confusing the unallocated as being part of a subtotal in that last column. So I will admit my confusion. And so thank you very much. And also thank you for the hours of work that has gone into getting us to this point. I don't have any additional questions. I'll hold my comment.
All right, Councilmember Quack.
Great work and a lot of thinking here. My question is on the $100,000 to the Lafayette Community Foundation. I'd like to better understand this sentence that reads, the ARPA subcommittee recommends that $100,000 be provided to the LCF for this purpose through June 30th, 2022. So what does that mean? Does that mean they'll need to spend it by June 30th, 2022 and distribute it?
Let me try to take that. So that it's, Councilmember, it's a funding allocation to get through there. So we're using them again as the vehicle to really better understand the needs in the community through other nonprofits. And so they're going to be, there's a funding allocation that we want to put in place. Doesn't mean they need to spend all that, but really going out and then fine tuning what's really needed for, for food, Meals on Wheels, those kinds of things. If there's any other kinds of nonprofits out there, any kind of social service needs, the county has a program, and so it's looking. We're using the Lafayette Community Foundation as that umbrella organization to do that. So they're going to be the conduit to go out, and they'll work with those kind of individual nonprofits that are serving people in Lafayette to really find out who's in need. And so this is not to be money that's to be used for people outside of Lafayette. They'll have to fine tune and look for people that are of need in Lafayette.
Okay, I'm not sure I understood that, but just to clarify, if we vote in favor of this, we're going to distribute $100,000 immediately to give to LCF. And then I totally understand they're a conduit to identify the needs downstream and distribute the funds. But what is the date, June 30th, 2022 mean?
Go ahead. You can go ahead, Gina.
I'll follow up on that. That's basically the end of our fiscal year and before the first tranche, actually before the second tranche is in place. We are asking for this to be an immediate approval so that we can get that money into the hands of the human services nonprofits. Lafayette Community Foundation, we will be working with them to actually create parameters for who these organizations are, as well as back-end reporting about how they are distributing the money, so that, as Barry mentioned, we could focus as much as possible on the Lafayette community that is served through their partners that they've been working with. So that date, we are going to ask basically the Community Foundation to get the money sooner than that, but this allocation in particular would be for what we are saying right now. We might be reassess this, but this is what we anticipate is the money that we will allocate for human services needs through that date, June 30th.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Let's go to public comment.
Okay, anybody who'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. I have a lot of hands going up and then down. Okay, so the first speaker will be Abigail Fateman, followed by Carl DeGiorgio.
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening, Council. I hope you're all well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for considering this time, taking the time to consider these funds. I know it's been a long process. There have been surveys, there have been outreach meetings. And I guess the way I'm looking at this is that this is the first round. We're taking the first cut at it. There's more money coming in July 2022. And we're looking at basically shovel-ready projects, to use a construction turn of phrase, in terms of social services as well. I think one thing that is, and I'm not going to really comment on what you're already making decisions about here, but I think my concern is that the report doesn't address what is still being considered, if there are specific things that have been eliminated, or if there are specific benchmarks we'd like other proposals to reach before July 2022 so that they really could be considered for this funding. I think what's hard for me as a community member who's been involved in this process and has made comments at past meetings, as well as answered the survey and participated in one of the sessions, was really, one of the things that I was advocating for is bike ped safety improvements. It is possible, and I don't know what your thinking is on it because I don't see it anywhere in the report. I know it ranked very high, it was listed very high on the survey by many people, and it was talked about, at least at the first public meeting, a lot. And I know there's a lot of interest, and I'm really excited about the next item on the agenda about this. But if it would be great to get some guidance of like, hey, if there were shovel-ready projects in July 2022, then we could get going. Or, hey, we still have $300,000. We're still thinking about bike ped stuff and things that are currently ready to go. It's hard to look at this list and not feel like other things have been dismissed out of hand because there's no mention of them really. So I just wanted to make that comment in terms of process and what the committee's looking at as they evaluate things so that people can be more effective advocates or communicate better about what they would like. So thank you for your time. And I'm sure there are a ton of other people who want to comment on this and other items. So thank you.
Right.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Abby.
Okay, the next speaker will be Carl DeGiorgio, followed by Tracy Farrell, I think.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I totally appreciate what Councilman Member and Dury and Dawson are going through. And when you have money available, people come out of the woodworks to try and get it. So I appreciate your efforts. And I also appreciate Tracy's comments that we have to be cognizant of the existing backlog of needs. But so what I'd like you to help us understand is specifically around crossing guards. There's a shortage of crossing guards right now, and I wondered whether one could consider the shortage of crossing guards to be pandemic related. And if so, could ARPA funds be used to temporarily increase pay rates in order to fill the open positions? And I wouldn't mind waiting for the July 22nd tranche, but it seems like with the school calendar and everything else, the sooner we fill crossing guard positions, the better. So that's my question is this something that might be addressed with the unallocated money?
Excellent. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Carl.
Okay, our next speaker is Tracy, followed by Cheryl Knoll.
Okay, I'm there. Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Kendall, council members, staff, and ARPA subcommittee members. Thank you for this opportunity on behalf of the Park Theater Trust Board of Directors. First of all, I'd like to thank council staff, but especially Thomas Myers and the ARPA subcommittee for their diligent work on behalf of our community. The COVID pandemic has been a sucker punch to all of us, but just by initiating the community and business surveys surrounding ARPA, you've encouraged us back to a more optimistic future. As you know, the All Volunteer Trust has been working very hard these past few years to create and then initiate a plan for the community's much loved Park Theater. So it was intensely gratifying to read the survey responses and see affirmative comments like the desire for additional arts, culture, and entertainment venues downtown, and the recognition that the reopened park could bring our community together and enliven our downtown business area. The subcommittee's comment that no investment will do more to stimulate economic recovery in Lafayette Business District than the revitalization of the Park Theater has certainly been part of our mantra, but to see it recognized in the subcommittee's rationale for a December 2021 ARPA distribution literally brought tears to my eyes. I may cry now, even as I go through this. We're so eager to close on this property so we can turn our focus to getting the new Park Theater open as soon as possible. And we need the $500,000 ARPA funds now to make that happen within our current purchase contract. We embrace the provisions of our negotiated agreement with the city because in a way, they tangibly demonstrate what our aim has always been and will continue to be, which is to repurpose an architectural gem downtown into an engaging and exciting cultural venue with diverse programming aligned with community goals and aspirations, including those of the city, like a Creekside Trail and downtown Pocket Park. This is a synergistic package that subcommittee has recommending, and a reopened Park Theater has a role to play in every aspect, from assisting with replacing lost revenue with that from future operations, to providing a place downtown where families, seniors, and all of our community can gather, to working closely with the Lafayette Chamber in its role as Lafayette's economic development partner, to stimulating and sustaining economic recovery of all Lafayette's businesses. We will provide jobs and align with fellow nonprofits. We'll truly offer something for everyone. Your acceptance tonight of the subcommittee's recommendation will be an affirmation of all that we've worked so hard to accomplish since you called us together in 2018. It will send a decisive, joyful message to our entire community who has longed for Parks Marquee to light up our town once more and ask all those years for the reopened park to be a priority. Two more things. It'll have a lasting impact on Lafayette's future generation, as well as for all of us here today. Please say yes to Lafayette. Please say yes so Lafayette can finally protect and claim the Park Theater as its own. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
You too.
Okay, the next speaker will be Cheryl Knoll, followed by Grace Dixon, and then Cheryl M.
We can see you.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening, Council. My name is Cheryl Knoll, as you know, and I am the president of the Lafayette Community Foundation. And so I just wanted to say the Community Foundation supports your recommendations tonight, and we thank you for those. We look forward to working with the city as a team member. As Mr. Foster, correctly pointed out, we have the networks and the relationships and the expertise with our local nonprofits who support our Lafayette households and can absolutely distribute these ARPA funds in the way that you would like to see them distributed. So I just want to say again that we are comfortable and happy to work with the city. We look forward to getting your parameters so that we can get these funds distributed to our households as soon as possible. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions that anybody may have about that.
Thank you. All right, any questions of the speaker? No, thank you very much, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Grace Dixon, followed by Cheryl M., then Jessica Lorden.
Good evening, everyone, again. I don't know, have you had a chance to read the letter I sent in? Yes? Okay, then
Yes.
I won't waste your time with that. I know that you have and continue to have just a completely unpleasant task that many people are having to ask for these funds. Like I said, it's like a will that's not clear. So at any rate, my heart goes out to you. I do thank you also with Cheryl. I'm also on LCF and think that's an excellent decision. Just going forward, I would like to explore the use of the next tranche, if not this one, on ways that local families and local people of all ages and abilities can enjoy themselves without the expenditure of money. I think that our taxes and these funds should be spent on ways that people I think should have equal access, geographic equity to green space, creeks, parks. And it's not here right now, and it's not your fault, and it's not the fault of people 10 years ago. 100 years ago, this city was not planned to have downtown parks that serve our needs. There's a bipartisan bill right now, and you can go see it on the government website. It is called Outdoors for All, and they use Compton as a poster child of how poorly parkland is parceled out. Compton only has 261 square feet per resident of parkland, and they juxtapose it to Malibu that has 2,418 square foot of parkland per resident. All of Lafayette only has 177 feet, 177 square feet per resident, and downtown residents, we only have 2 feet of parkland per resident, and it's getting worse. With the 988 approved units, the 2,114 RENA units, we'll have 1 square foot. We need to solve it. And I'm asking for you to continue to work on it, explore the Flexibility Act to its fullest extent, because I tell you, our families, our seniors, all people of all abilities need a way to enjoy themselves downtown. It's a human right, and we need to work on it. I'm here to work on you with you on it, but we really need to focus on it. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. All right. Any questions for the speaker? No, thanks, Grace. And thank you for your letter.
Okay, our next speaker is Cheryl M., followed by Jessica Lorden. And again, if you'd like to speak on this topic, please raise your hand or push 9 on your telephone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I want to thank the council members involved in this task of working with the whole subcommittee. It is a daunting task. I appreciate the work you're doing and having to make decisions and bring it back to the council. So I just want to appreciate your work and your dedication to this. Saying that, I just was curious your thoughts on. I love the money going to the community foundation, but would you ask them to come back and let us know as citizens and the council how they are spending the money? I totally trust what they're doing, just so it's a place where we all can hear how they spent it. And then in column 3, which I forget what you call it, where you're talking about putting money in towards the restaurants and their outdoor seating. I don't know if you ever noticed, like the hair salons where they have people sitting outside sometimes waiting. And so I didn't know if there would be possibility to create structures for hair salons where people are getting tinting and they have to sit outside while they work on another client or whatever they're doing. So maybe a heat lamps or places for them as well as the restaurants. I support what Carl DiCaggio asked for the future for crossing guards. And then I don't know if this would ever fit into the pocket of this funding, but we need a new fire station. We've had the discussion, we've had Chief McAllister come and present, and I didn't know if there was ways, if that could be twisted into ARPA money. I'm not sure, but I'm just going to throw that out there because the housing is going to come fast, and there's only a very few locations that the fire department can use that has an acre of parcel. And so we need to buy something so we can protect all the buildings in downtown Lafayette and the greater area. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Cheryl.
Thank
you. The next speaker will be Jessica Lorden, followed by John McCormack, and then Megan Mittman.
Hey everyone, Jessica here. So first of all, thank you. I know that there's been a lot of time and discussion and behind the scenes work on allocating all of this. I don't envy your jobs that you have had. But I feel like we are kind of rushing into this, right? There's the SB 3011, which hasn't been decided, and that may expand the ways that funds can be used. And I fully recognize that what I think they should be used on still may not be a priority for city council or can be qualified. But I think we should really wait to see what options are out there. You know, we don't need to spend the money today. The funds don't even need to be allocated until December of 24, and then they don't need to be spent until December of 2026. And then, you know, one of the things too is we were talking, I was looking back at the old meeting notes, and they're talking about how we're prioritizing things. And one of them is to solve immediate and specific problems that were raised by the pandemic for the city and the schools. And I'm just not sure that the current allocation of funds necessarily meet that immediate and specific needs. I think so. I guess just in closing, I don't think a decision needs to be made tonight. I think this can wait. We can see what the bill comes out with. It can give us more options or clarify the options that we already have, and then we can move forward with it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Jessica.
Thank you all.
Okay, our next speaker is John McCormick, followed by Megan Mittman. If anybody else wants to speak, please raise your hand. I have a total of 3 hands raised after John McCormick.
All right. Well, good evening, council members, and city manager Srasta and others. I am just introduce myself maybe to the general public. My name is John McCormick. My wife and I own La Miranda Music in downtown Lafayette. I'm also president of the Lafayette Chamber Board, and so I do want to thank the subcommittee for the recommendations. I know we've been working closely with the subcommittee, trying to understand, you know, what the chamber can do and some of the impacts that the pandemic has had for the chamber. And I just want to, I guess, assure both, obviously, the city council and the public that, I mean, the chamber, if we think of the purpose of the ARPA funds, the Lafayette Chamber is probably like the best use of the money, because it is the organization that really helps all Lafayette businesses, not just chamber members. It's really a remarkable organization. You know, it's a very, it's one of the most thriving chambers we have really in the entire Bay Area. It's really remarkable for the size of business community we have. It's just terrific. You know, Jay Lifson, the executive and the director and the staff just do a tremendous job. And it's also incredibly well run, well managed. We have a board that's comprised of 19 business leaders in town that are elected by fellow chamber members. The board really reviews and approves all financial operations of the chamber. And so this money, which hopefully will be approved, I can guarantee we put to good use to both shore up the chamber finances, so as an organization we can keep going, because that is not a foregone conclusion, right? Most of the funding comes from the events that the chamber puts on for the community. Those events have been severely curtailed, obviously, just due to, you know, the caution we have against having lots of people coming together over the last year and a half. And the money we put to good use, and it will benefit economically and the whole city and businesses in the city and the new businesses coming to the city. You know, we make it more attractive for new businesses to come in. And I just feel like the money will be put to good use and is an excellent and precise and completely appropriate use of the ARPA funding. So that's all I had to say. Thank you very much for your hard work. Not an easy task. I do not envy you this, but I do appreciate all the thoughtful consideration you've given. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, John.
Excellent.
Next speaker is Megan Mittman, followed by David Clark, followed by Danielle, who is the last hand that I currently have raised.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hello from the Grand Canyon, where I'm on vacation with my family. I want to just appreciate you all for putting this on the agenda tonight and for all the creative ideas that we're hearing about. Just wanted to make a couple comments that really tie this agenda item to the next item, which I'm also very excited to be speaking on tonight and hearing from you all about tonight. And that is the need for some urgent action on Vision Zero and how Vision Zero is only lip service unless we fund it. And so this, of course, is the opportunity to see the commitment to it by way of funding. And I do think that there is a category of that falls into the immediate and specific, and that is I would like to see some funds set aside for Quick Build to be ready to go as soon as Tool finishes their report so that we don't have to wait and go back and allocate funds, but there's a pot of money ready to go as soon as we get that report. And then when we get the additional round of funding next summer, I think that there's a lot of pedestrian and bicycle safety projects that really could be teed up and ready to go. So my vision for that is the Trails to Schools project that would be citywide, that would connect all the schools to our backbone trail network, as well as finally connecting the trail to downtown. And I think that we could fund that partially through additional funds from this, but then also could do a down payment on matching grants to the infrastructure funds that are likely to come federally and through the state, thanks to the new infrastructure bill. But we need to have them be shovel ready. So let's have some funding set aside to do the design work and the cost estimates and tee them up and have some matching funds so that we can compete really well for those funds, as well as direct fund some of those lower hanging fruit ones that we could just go ahead and do ourselves. So thank you for the opportunity to speak and for tying this to the Vision Zero commitment that I hope that you'll make as well tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Megan. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
Our next speaker is David Clark, followed by Danielle. And that is all the hands that I see raised at this time.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. Sorry about that picture, but that's the best I can do. I wanted to second what Grace Dixon said about parks, creeks, and those type of investments in the future. I know that there's $300-some thousand that has not been allocated yet from this tranche. There's $800+ thousand that's in the been allocated to the general fund, and there's a whole second tranche. So that second tranche is going to come. There is, I would urge you, if you haven't, to read the package, the document that she has submitted. There's a lot of valuable economic material in there that indicates that there is an economic benefit, an economic recovery investment category qualification, if you will, for those types of assets and those types of investments. So I would urge the council to keep those in mind going forward, because we're going to have more bites of this apple. And I know that Grace made an impassioned legal, almost moral argument as to why some of those things should happen. But there's also an economic impact, and there's a positive economic impact that can be realized through the creation of, as she mentioned, downtown parks, a downtown creekside trail system. That what I would envision is someone could drive to Lafayette, park their car somewhere, almost anywhere, get out and walk along creekside trails and buy retail, go to retail shops and stop and have something to eat. And just that's the economic recovery aspect of it that I think is mentioned or referenced in the materials that she's presented. And there's a multiplier effect. There's a sales tax and potentially there's property tax increases. So there is an economic impact. And I think even if the federal rules don't change, there's probably enough there to qualify those types of projects when we relook at these look at these again going forward, that they could fall within that economic recovery investment category, even if it stays unchanged. So I would encourage you to remember that for the future as well. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right. Thank you, David.
Okay, the last speaker that has her hand raised is Danielle. I have no other hand raised at this time. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak. Press 9 on your telephone.
Let's see. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Good to see you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Danielle Gallagher, and I'm this year's president of Lafayette Partners in Education. I'm a third generation Lafayette resident, a very proud product of our public schools, and here tonight to speak on behalf of LPI. First off, I want to thank each of you for the hard work. As a community volunteer myself, the amount of hours that you put in is commendable. So thank you so much. And there are so many incredible organizations in this community, and I'm once again really proud to be a resident here. In tonight's recommendations, though, the one thing I want to highlight is that this really does not include our students, who arguably suffered so greatly this pandemic because of distance learning and all the things that came with doing school from home. We all know that was incredibly difficult. Great schools, as you know, are critical to our city. It's why many residents move here and then move back, such as myself and my husband, because we are so proud of our schools and want to raise our children here in Lafayette. What I would love to understand is have continued conversations with the council and subcommittee of why at this moment LPI is not a priority. We've outlined that two of the biggest items, we were greatly affected in the pandemic, as I highlighted in my letter, that almost to the tune of $1.2 million. This year alone, we had to pause funding technology, which is over $500,000, which affects our 4,400 children in the TK through 12 schools. And that is something very tangible and specific that we will need to fund in the future. Technology has about a 3-year life cycle. And we have been already told by both the Lafayette School District and the Acalanes High School, which LPI supports, that that is something that they're hoping we will be able to fund in the 22-23 school year. In speaking with Councilmember Dawson, kind of letting her know how we start planning. We start in January, which we're going to blink and it will be January. So I really would love for those $300,000 that are still yet to be allocated in this tranche to have continued conversations with each of you, as we really hope to be considered in part of this first round funding. Thank you again for all you do, and welcome any questions.
Thank you. I actually do have a question. How much coming back on this, how much did the district receive in ARPA funds? Do you know that? I know you're not the district, but are you familiar with it?
I am not the district. If I had known the question in advance, I definitely have it written
I'm so
down.
sorry.
They have received it in 3 different ways, and their last round of funding, they call it ESSER 3, which is similar to ARPA. I am not an expert in either, so I don't want to speak for the district.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions? No, thank you so much, Danielle.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Kandel, I see no further hands raised at this time.
Great. All right, so we're back with the best worst problem to have. This is tough. All right, Vice Mayor Geringer.
Just very quickly before we dig into our discussion, and this is for perception purposes, because I don't have the specific code that would tell me that I shouldn't vote, but I do feel that I should recuse myself from the Lafayette Community Foundation vote because I serve on the board of directors. And so, and have for a very long time. I see Carl shaking his head, but if we could, I think there's a solution. I would be, if we split them, the motions, I think that we can still do that. And I did,
okay.
Yeah. So, and
that would include me as well too.
Right. It could be overcompensating, but just in the interest of
yes,
full disclosure.
Excellent suggestion. Thank you. All right. So first off, do any of you have additional questions? Vice Mayor Geringer.
So I did have a question, and it was brought up in connection with a couple of things, but in the last, again, kind of getting back to the subcommittees, things that are still being looked at under the unallocated and so that's one question. And then also in the November 9th meeting, when the priorities, there were a list of sort of 4 things, and the committee was going to bring back these recommendations tonight, that solve specific, I think it was number 3. Actually, I could pull it here and tell you exactly what it was, but to solve immediate specific problems raised by the pandemic for the city and schools. And I remember that I made notes that Mayor Kendall followed up on that. And, it was a number of different supposables, some things that could possibly be done. One was the HVACs at our facility, at the community center to provide after school programs. The other items were potentially, no decision made on those, technology or laptops, a couple of different things that were brought forward by the subcommittee. So I guess I'm curious, and obviously a number of folks wrote in why that didn't come forward. And I know Councilmember Dawson, you touched on it, but I'm just curious if we could be a little more clear, and if it's one of the items that's being considered going forward, or do we feel that it doesn't apply under the statute criteria that ARPA provided?
I can begin the answer to that. The ARPA funds, definitely, we went along the prioritization of what council adopted before, and that is definitely along the ARPA eligibility allocations, which is helping impacted households, businesses, and obviously the city with economic recovery. I mean, that's specifically what these rescue plan is for, economic recovery and then revitalization. So the education is something that we are still looking at. The issue, well, I shouldn't say the issue, but the challenge would be, first off, is understanding the ARPA funds and expenditures that the school districts received and how they were allocated. And if, if LPI made any request on that, because that would make the most sense. That's within, the ARPA funds allocated to the schools. But we also know there is certain parameters that those funds could be spent as well within their education spending. So we are considering the amount. We don't have a specific ask from LPI, and we are hoping to work with them further. As Danielle mentioned, we're having conversations and we'll continue. But eligibility requirements would be more along the lines of those particular impacted maybe households within the education and schools district, as well as perhaps services that are impacted. We talked a little bit about maybe mental health, and there's different ways we might be able to look at eligible ways to spend the money within the education sector, but we do have to research that. And that's why that's the first thing at the unallocated funds description, that there are things we're still looking into to see if they're eligible, and 2, just in narrowing that definition of what those projects might be.
And just as a follow-up, so I remember in the prioritization, it was if there are other funds available, we would want to go to those funds first. The district, and I would suggest talking directly to, because the district and LPI are very interconnected, but also separate entities. And LPI, it's kind of a reverse way of looking at it. LPI raises money and provides funds to the district, so they wouldn't be getting money from the district's ARPA funds. So the district would be using those ARPA funds, and my understanding is that it has a similar long deadlines and all of those kinds of things. So the district's still working on that, and so I would hope that between now and when we're looking at how to help with these impacts on the schools, that we talk to the superintendent directly. And they can come back and talk about those specific things. So I appreciate what I heard was that it's still being looked at.
It's still being looked at, and
Yeah.
we reach out to at least the schools directly too, because we figured, that was one way also to go about it. Thomas reached out to the schools, and we didn't get specific requests from that angle, but I do appreciate your recommendation. We go directly to the district. But once again, as we look at those top priorities, it's the households, the businesses, and also the city. So in looking at the unallocated funds and the possibility of SB 3011 allowing us to calculate the funds that the city might be able to take against their losses, there's time. And I understand that LPI has their budgeting schedule, but we're, taking that in consideration, but obviously we're working along our ARPA priorities.
And I appreciate that. Thank you. I did have a question, but related to the comments that we received on transportation funding. And I think you addressed part of that at the last meeting, but it might be helpful to address again sort of where that is in the mix.
Thank you. Are you referring to the safety and transportation spending?
Yeah.
Yes, that right now is not necessarily an eligible funding activity. And we are looking forward to what Barry alluded to and what we know is out there, the infrastructure fund, because we know there is references to that specifically, transportation safety. That doesn't mean that we aren't looking to talk to and continue the conversation and with these community members that are out there, but we are keeping it narrow to the priorities set out by the council.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dre.
Just very quickly, the only infrastructure that's covered by ARPA is water, sewer, and broadband. So that's the limit. And the other point I would make in response to some of the comments that we can wait to see what happens with the legislation, I can tell you that so far as the subcommittee is concerned, we would be making the same recommendations tonight, even if the legislation had passed. Because these are the things, as Councilmember Dawson said and as Barry said, these are the items that are top priority in our view to stimulate recovery among families and among businesses.
Got it. So my question is, so kind of on that line, the things that kind of bubbled up to me as interesting was Carl's suggestion for crossing guards. That is something that we could possibly fund. Is that something that I understand to be true? Because it is pandemic related, right? It's why we don't have crossing guards right now, was because of the pandemic. Because we always used to have crossing guards and now we can't hire them. Is that something you guys considered, or would you consider?
I would say that's a possibility to consider, because I think that came up before. I heard that actually in one of the Trans-Circ meetings in terms of first responders, that they could be considered first responders. So we'll work with this within the subcommittee again, as this is an ongoing process, and we will be obviously having assessment periods to come January, like whatever comes out of this meeting today as approvals, we will still be working to assess those allocations, and we'll also be starting work on proposals for the second tranche. So yes, we can consider that.
And also, I know we're putting money into the general fund, and I agree with that completely. Do we have any interest here on trying to say, these are things like of that money? I know it's not a direct ARPA fund, but we want to have at least 200 of that spent on traffic and safety, quick builds based on, things that we're doing right now. Is there a consideration for us to do that? Councilmember Nduri.
Yeah, we considered that in the subcommittee.
Mm-hmm.
But the way we analyzed it was that gets beyond what the subcommittee should be advising on. Once money gets into the general fund, then that should be a discussion of the budget discussion of the entire council. So if the entire council wants to use it for parks, if the entire council wants to use it for bicycle lanes, pedestrian improvements, that's up to the entire council.
Okay, so on that note, can we, at the next meeting, when we may be discussing the yellow ones and we're discussing the budget, can we include some of those items in that discussion in our next budget at the next meeting?
I'll defer to Tracy on that, but I see no reason that it's a general budget discussion at that point.
Correct. So Tracy, could we put something together along those lines?
The whole budget is up for discussion in December.
Yes.
I can certainly, and that's up to the council, absolutely. Once you look
Okay.
at the budget, this is what I'm going to encourage you to do. You're going to look at the budget, you're going to look at the 5-year plan, you're going to see if you can fund. I mean, again, my message is always going to be, you need to make sure that you can take care of the things that you've already committed to before you start committing other monies to new projects. So, I mean, it's a series of trade-offs. Certainly you can do that. It is at the council's pleasure. So I think when you see the budget, I think that's absolutely a discussion that you'll have, but I would encourage you to make that decision as a whole when you see what the budget looks like and what the 5-year outlook looks like.
Right.
Yeah, just to follow up, that was our thinking. We know that the city needs funds replaced.
Absolutely.
That we have a textbook definition of what ARPA should be used for services that we haven't been able to use. So we put it in there. One of the reasons we wanted to approve tonight is that so that Tracy can include that in the budget and the budget projections. I would say that making definitive decisions on what to use it for, it may be a little bit early at the next meeting, because there are a couple of things, and you on the finance committee know this than I do. There are a couple of new developments. And so there's going to be an update in terms of where we think we're going to end this fiscal year and where we're going to be from the 5-year projection. So I think we want to look at those, and then however you want to do it, and then have a general discussion of where we put the money. I agree completely with one of the speakers earlier who said we want to have shovel-ready projects. We want to be ready to go. So whether it's our money or it's Infrastructure Act money, we're ready to go.
That hasn't quite passed yet, but yeah.
Oh, well, no, the bipartisan infrastructure bill. That's.
Oh, that's right. That one did pass. That's right.
We're
Never
ready
mind.
to go.
It is. That's right. Get some more clarity on that one. Great. Thank you. Do we have any more questions? All right, Councilmember Kwok.
Yeah, I have a question on the Park Theater, the $500,000 and the next steps. In reading the staff report, it says there are 3 next steps, if I understand correctly. Number 1 is that tonight the request is to allocate $500,000 to be approved tonight. Then secondly is to have the city manager and the city attorney negotiate an agreement with the Park Theater Trust, so that the third step would be to bring that agreement to the city council on December 13th for approval, and then the transfer would happen the next day on the 14th. Is that the correct steps, that we're doing an allocation tonight, then a contract will be negotiated, and then we're approving it the next meeting, and then the money goes out the door the next day?
That's correct.
Okay. On the next, okay, great, because the next page under the recommendation section, the order is different. It says on item 6, which is item 5A, it says that what the ask is tonight is to approve a transfer of $500,000 to the Park Theater on December 14th, and then to authorize the city manager and attorney to negotiate the Park Theater agreement. So it seems like that's a little the ask is that we a little backwards. So I wonder if we could just clarify for consistency what the ask is.
Not sure I see the inconsistency. That's what we're approving, subject to negotiation of the agreement.
I see Councilmember Kwok, though, I see where we're approving the transfer, but prior to that, we don't have approved the allocation is what you're pointing out, and that the allocation we want approved tonight for the transfer on the 14th. Is that?
I guess I'm thinking like, is the money contingent on the signing of a mutually acceptable agreement or not?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We use the word transfer to mean in effect, the allocation, giving the money to the other organization. It's not a substantive difference.
Okay. All right, just to, so I can clarify that. I mean, if no deal, we have to come to a deal before the funds would be expended.
Yeah,
it would be distributed.
We'll
Okay.
insist on that.
Thank you.
That's right.
Vice Mayor Geringer, are you? No. Okay, so I guess we can start with, let's start with these orange items. And do we have to do them in separate pieces? Councilmember Drury.
Yeah, I'm not sure we do. That was my original position, but now that they're here, I'll defer to the city attorney. If the city attorney says it's all right, I will move approval of the staff recommendation that we take the actions numbers 1 through 6 in the recommendation.
I need to have the, I'm trying to see which number it is. We need to have item 3, I think, not 3, excuse me, 2.
2B.
To be pulled out of the recommendation and voted on separately. So that counts, Mayor and Vice Mayor Kendall and Geringer cannot vote for item 2.
Okay.
But you could move the, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All 5 of you could vote on that, and then the 2 council members could recuse themselves, and then you could move 3.
Okay, I will make the motion, but if anyone wants any of those items pulled, maybe we should just ask. Well, I'll leave it to you, Mayor Kendall, to see if anyone.
So I was going to suggest that. Vice Mayor Geringer first, though. Yes.
So it's not all of 2, it's 2B. So it would, Carl's motion, unless somebody decides they want to pull something else, would be 1, 2A, then 3 through 5. I think, because it's really only.
No, it is.
We're not. 2A is later. But it is
Okay.
only 2B.
Got it.
I'm looking under the recommendation items 1 through 6.
Right. Got it. And I do. I would like to give the opportunity for council members, if they do want to pull for any reason, any of these items in the orange column. Oh, I'm not seeing any. Okay. All
I'm
right.
fine with it as is.
Okay. All right. I will entertain the motion then.
I will move approval of the staff recommendation items 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
I will second that motion.
Okay. All right. Roll call vote. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Drury.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
And I am also an aye. So that is unanimous. And so how do we recuse ourselves, Mala?
You could just maybe
Mute, turn off.
Exactly. And then we could have maybe Councilmember Nduri lead the rest of the discussion.
Okay, I will entertain a motion from Councilmember Dawson as to item number 2.
I move to direct the ARPA subcommittee to provide the Lafayette Community Foundation a set of parameters for use of ARPA funds, including a focus on Lafayette-based households, human service needs, and allocation reporting, and approve a transfer of $100,000 of the ARPA funds to the Lafayette Community Foundation to be used for these purposes.
Second.
All right, all in favor, Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so it's unanimous. we bring back the real mayor.
Thanks. All right. Right. Thank you, everybody. And we should then let's try to set a date from when we want to discuss the yellow items in yellow.
Well,
yes.
Can I just say again?
Absolutely.
We have done as much work on the yellow items as the orange items. We just wanted to make sure that we got the orange items tonight that are critical. If council members are open to it, I would move approval of the items in yellow. If you would prefer to wait till next meeting, that's fine as well.
Councilmember Kwok.
Yeah, I'm open to working on these items tonight and not deferring. So discussing and moving forward with as many as possible, if not all.
And I have to say, I don't quite agree. I'm thinking we need a little more clarity on what is in the unallocated items.
Oh, no, there's one unallocated item. We would not be discussing that tonight. We would not be approving that tonight. That's not, we'll come back with a recommendation on the amount that are unallocated now. What we'd be talking about now are the allocation for the website for household assistance, continuing Townsend, business district marketing, small business technical assistance, outdoor dining, and the improvements at the community center.
And I want more information about the HVAC at the community center. I apologize. It's a really big ticket item. And I just want to understand it better, I guess, and exactly what that means. And what are we getting for that $270,000?
And I think we have Jonathan Katayanagi available.
Okay.
Address that.
And I also suggest, even if Jonathan gives the information, that just because I think the way the agenda description is written, that some people may not presume that you'd be taking action on the orange items, that you may want to consider bringing that back for formal action.
You mean on the yellow items?
The yellow, on the yellow.
Sorry, I'm
Yes.
getting my colors mistaken.
I agree with that, Mala. It does feel like that it was not, I understand what you're saying, that we could have done it, but it was kind of presented like we weren't even going to talk about them tonight under the recommendations, right? And I please bring them back the next meeting and we can get on this and discuss them at length and bring them.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said except the at length. But, however long you want.
Right.
No, that's fine. And I'll defer to any other council member who might want to ask a question. I think that's good. Now we know.
Okay.
Well, Jonathan, actually, maybe we can hear from Jonathan now, because this is a very important item, we think, in terms of getting the community center available for more childcare, expanded childcare.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide any information now or later. The nice part about this allocation is it would allow us to review the existing HVAC system at the Lafayette Community Center. We do currently have the preschool and all the on-site care at the community center. And this would provide an opportunity to put upgrades in place that would provide for filtration upgrades, as well as look at new AC units in rooms that don't currently have that level of air conditioning, air filtration. So it allows us the room to potentially expand some of those care programs and offer more care to families that are in need in this time, and just in general with that recovery to business. We have more and more families with two working parents, and all the on-site cares at all the elementary schools have a wait list, and we have a wait list at the community center for that care program as well. We've seen steady growth since the opening of After School Awesome, and we expect to see continued steady growth, and this will open up new spaces.
Okay, thank you. I won't bother with it all now. We'll get it again. Thank you. Okay, so with that in mind, then yes, can we please continue the items in yellow? Hopefully to the next meeting. And thank you, Carl and Gina. Really great. And bring any other unallocated ideas that you have, if they're new, bring them next time too.
And I know Gina wants to do this too. Thank you very much to Barry and to Sandy and our consultants, and of course, Ruth and Tracy, the backbone of the subcommittee. So thank you.
Great.
It's a great collaborative effort. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. We will close this item and go on to item 9B. Yes, thank you, everybody. We'll see you next meeting.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Item 9B is a Vision Zero policy consideration. And this item is before you based on your request to bring it back following Executive Director of Contra Costa Transportation Authority, Tim Hale's presentation to you last month on Vision Zero. And I want to point out that the Transportation and Circulation Commissioners have been notified of this item specifically. They've also received the staff report, and I know that at least some of them are here this evening to weigh in or to answer questions or as you feel fit. So Vision Zero, as just kind of a review, or for those that are joining us this evening that did not see that presentation, it's a strategy to eliminate transportation-related fatalities and severe injuries. It's a strategy that accounts for human mistakes. It builds in redundancies in our transportation system, safety redundancies, and alters conditions so that outcomes from mistakes do not result in fatalities and severe injuries. So, but before moving forward with a policy like this, I would encourage the council to really count the cost. Although there is a tool chest and there is an emphasis on installing some lower cost, quick build things, such as striping or pedestrian hybrid beacons. At any one location, those simple lower cost things could cost from $10,000 to over $200,000 per improvement. So although they're lower cost, they're not free. And then there are in Lafayette definitely elements that we would probably like to add that are not lower cost. Many of our roadways were carved into hillsides. It's been mentioned tonight, we want to connect downtown to the Lafayette Moraga Trail. And that's not a low cost option. That requires changing sidewalks, walkways, drainage, adding bike lanes that aren't there now where we don't necessarily have road width. And with those types of improvements, you could spend multi-million dollars on a short segment of improvements. So there is a true cost associated with this. And a project like that could literally utilize a year's worth of capital improvement maintenance funding. So just something to consider. I know the flip side of that is you have already received quite a bit of public comment via email attached to your packet in strong support of adopting this Vision Zero policy. It's presented as we want to be a safer city, and who's not in favor of that? Of course, we all are. So I know that's the case. But I would also add that, even immediately, there would be some implications of adopting this policy. And one example I give that I want to point out is already for the summer of 2022, we had a planned improvement project that was more of a maintenance project for Moraga Road. And it also, I should point out, includes a little bit of Olympic Boulevard. And if this policy is adopted, I would request on behalf of engineering that project would be deferred till 2023 so that you could allow design changes that would encourage active transportation use and look at things like those connections from the schools to downtown and improvements along those corridors that are safety related to particularly active transportation uses, pedestrian and bicycles. But never fear, that would still leave 5 other projects that your 3 1/3 staff are completely working on during that time frame. So we currently are short-staffed anyway. So it would be a good time to push it. I would also add there are some other concerns with Vision Zero. There have been some noted concerns with longer emergency response times. For example, if you add, speed humps through a corridor, you may reduce response times. If you choke down a corridor, you may reduce response time. So I don't know that it would be significant, but I do know that if you're part of the emergency services crowd, it is a concern that you have, and it has been voiced to staff. Other concerns are that although you put these policies in place, they won't necessarily reduce the amount of traffic that needs to get through a certain zone, and may not encourage enough or be an incentive enough to change a transportation mode. Part of what we want here is, of course, to have a reduction in particular single occupant vehicles. And just putting these implements and safety implements in place may not be enough to incentivize that and have more people walk and ride and so forth. And then finally, I did put aesthetics into my staff report. Some of the features may be rows of plastic delineators to separate vehicles from bicycles or pedestrians. And I can assuredly say that we've already received negative feedback when we've presented those types of safety elements as part of a recent pilot study. So it doesn't mean you wouldn't do it, but it is a concern that some of your community has that's been voiced recently. So just throwing that out there. I mentioned staffing and the cost of adding these types of elements. It's something to consider, definitely. We would need more staffing. We still do not have an in-house transportation person. You would certainly need at least one of those and probably another engineer to support that position, plus to manage these other projects that we have. So that's in addition to the cost of any projects that you implement, whether that's adding a walkway or adding 12 little quick build projects throughout a certain time frame. So just if you consider the cost and you still are in favor of adopting a policy, then staff is also in favor of you adopting this policy. There's definitely a lot of public push to adopt this policy. We've heard from Contra Costa Transportation Authority that they're trying to adopt this countywide, and we would be part of that. So staff recommendation is to adopt the policy per the attached resolution. Of course, you're welcome to modify any of the resolution or to come up with any edits. And I think that's basically all I have. Happy to try and answer questions. I'm guessing there'll be some public comment on this item as well. And as a reminder, there are some transportation and circulation commissioners that could weigh in as part of public comment also.
Great, thank you. Nice report. Does anybody have any questions? Vice Mayor Geringer.
So first of all, thank you for the staff report. In terms of, talking about the costs and implementation and the county, sorry, I actually have a couple of different questions, but so the county has adopted Vision Zero, but they're in the implementation phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so meaning the Contra Costa County, not just CCTA in terms of their implementation.
Correct. Contra Costa County, right.
And toolkit. Have in the groups, the regional groups and county groups of staff, are there discussions about how there could potentially be synergies on some of the implementation, or I'm just curious because it may be too far in the weeds, but I'm just curious if we've looked at that.
So do you mean like regional projects, so to speak, where like, for example, Lafayette might share something with Pleasant Hill or Orinda or Moraga? Is that kind of your question?
And are there discussions about the county working with communities, to look at different projects? I understand that Orinda and Moraga may be having this discussion as well, so I can see synergies and benefits regionally. But I mean, just a question. I'm trying to follow our rules, our protocol, and just asking questions about.
Sure. I think we are updating our action plans kind of countywide. And for example, the La Miranda action plan could look at, a shared project. And having a shared project may put us in a better position to compete for a grant, for example, if it's not just one community, but, impacts multiple communities. So I think that those are opportunities we want to look out for. I think that the CCTA would encourage us to work with unincorporated portions around us, the county, and neighboring cities and towns to implement all that we can. So the short answer is yes. And I think one of the mechanisms for that discussion will be through updates of our action plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure I'll have other. But thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Kwok.
Thank you for the report. I had a question on the Vision Zero task force element of the recommendation. And I wonder if you could just talk about how many people would you recommend be on the task force? And then when is the task force recommended to be constituted by?
Yes. So I don't have a number to recommend to you. So the local roadway safety plan would be one of the next steps. And we, as I mentioned in the staff report, we have grant funding to create a local roadway safety plan. And we would contract that out to a consultant. And that plan is basically going to require that task force, and that consultant would probably recommend how large that is. It does mention kind of a cross section of the community, if you will. So it's not necessarily just, we want to find a transportation expert here, but we might want to find a preschool teacher who walks little kids. And we might want to find, somebody from the senior community. And we might want to find, a PTA person who's really more familiar with walking back and forth to school. So I don't know how large that will grow or how many cross sections they want to represent, but it would be several people at least. And knowing Lafayette, there'll probably be plenty of volunteers to participate for something like that. So I don't have the specifics, but in general terms, that's what you're looking for is different groups of representation throughout the city.
Thank you. And the timing, when are we thinking? In the first quarter of next year, the second quarter?
Yeah, I think that it would start the first quarter of next year. We have to get our request for proposal out. You have allowed me to contract staff that can start that soon, but I needed that staffing in place because it's not just getting out the proposal. That even though we haven't done that yet, once we do that, we're going to have somebody manage that project and to interact with the consultant and to represent the city in putting together this action team. So to bring reports back to our Transportation Circulation Commission and at some point this council.
Thank you.
So I have also a question on that. Go ahead, Councilor Dury.
Okay, I've got three questions. First, we had talked the last time, this was before the council, about having a joint council trans-circ meeting or commission meeting to consider this, since this policy is arguably within the realm of the volunteer Transportation and Circulation Committee making advice to the council on something like this. But that has not is not happening. Is that, I just want to make sure I understand, this is not a joint meeting.
This is not a noticed joint meeting. This is just a meeting where we have specifically invited Transportation and Circulation Commissioners for this item. Our commissioners in general have, talked about Vision Zero in the past. Of course, they're all in favor of reducing tragic collisions in Lafayette related to transportation. That's part of their, their motto, so to speak. So just for clarification, it is not a jointly posted joint meeting.
Okay, I'll save any comment on that until it's time for council comments. On page 3 of the staff report, it says if the city adopts a Vision Zero policy, the policy will supersede our current guidebook, and safety measures would be implemented in a more expeditious manner. Addressing safety concerns for the most vulnerable users would take precedence over concerns about traffic congestion, aesthetics, and public opinion. Now, you and I discussed this afternoon, but I just want to, ask him what does that mean in terms of our current level of citizen involvement and how people will have a say in terms of what's happening in their neighborhood.
Yeah, so our current traffic calming guidebook back from, I believe it's like 2003, does have a pretty lengthy process for adding like traffic calming elements. And it does work through a public meeting system and through neighborhood action teams, a NAT, and it's worked in the past by building a consensus of a request. And then, for example, if they get to, we really want speed humps, the city has actually had the residents pay for those speed humps themselves. And that's been a lengthy process because we want them to go through several steps prior to that of notification and signs and a campaign, and it's multiple meetings. And there are past examples where, there might have been 13 meetings for one neighborhood, and at the end, very little was accomplished. So that is our written policy right now through our guidebook, right? That's the procedure. But if you look at communities that have adopted Vision Zero, they're not going through an extensive process like that. They're being given the direction that if you see this as a safety issue, even if the public isn't 100% on board, you're directed to put it in place. And even though this is going to be a trade-off and congestion may become worse through an already congested corridor, it's more important to protect, a 7-year-old walking to school than it is to flush an extra 1,000 cars through in that 20 minutes. So it would change that. Now, adopting this policy, and I may have miswritten that a little bit, but I appreciate the comment because I do think this is a very public thing to discuss that the public should know about and that the council should consider. The more details of that will come up through the development of the local roadway safety plan. But if you go with other jurisdictions that have adopted this, you're basically enabling staff to implement things from the tool chest. And it doesn't mean there's no public process, but it certainly would not be as intensive as we've done in the past. And it would probably mean that the council and the city is going to pay for whatever it is we implement and not put that burden on the residents themselves.
Yeah, okay, good. All right, and then last comment. In the CCTA presentation that we heard in the prior meeting, it talked about developing a model safety policy. And one of the bullet points there is establish policy citywide to prioritize safety of all instead of a small number of residents on-street vehicle parking in the public right-of-way. Now, I'll comment on that later. I have to say that does resonate with me, but is that an integral part of Vision Zero? Is that the direction that other cities have gone that have adopted Vision Zero?
I would say that is an example of a tool that's used, and it's basically a trade, and I see it being used in Lafayette as well. It's part of the Burton Valley pilot study, even though it's just a pilot study, of trading a parking lane for active transportation uses, right? I'd say that's one example. And because if you're trying to do something less expensive, you're trying to work within the confines of your existing roadway width. And, for example, on Moraga Road, if we got rid of one lane of travel, that would provide one lane of travel that we could allocate for a bike lane, because there isn't a bike lane there now, or a wider walkway. And it would be at the cost of, parking in some locations down the corridor.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, questions? All right, Councilmember Dawson.
I just, a question following on Councilmember Andori's. The Vision Zero would have obviously be across the community. But even from your example from Moraga Road, take Mount Diablo Boulevard, there are obviously trade-offs is the word. If we were going to do active bike lanes, active corridors down Mount Diablo, that would greatly impact and maybe make worse, I guess, that whole congestion in the area during certain times, particularly commute times. And it would be quite an expensive proposition to maybe look at other things. So how, in adopting this, it almost is setting up, I'm just kind of considering like all the extended costs, all extended study, and when would activities need to be put into place? For instance, we have a lot of development that we're trying to plan for, especially with RENA numbers. So we're going to have more people down in town, and all the Moraga is going to have more people coming from their increased RENA numbers coming through town and in our corridors. So it just seems like this is always going to be a moving target. So when do you know when to invest the monies to make changes, and then would need to be changed again depending on how our city develops and our neighbors develop. So I did just a thought as we're deliberating this and the cost and the implications, as you put it, Mike. So appreciate that. Because we are focusing on schools right now, but obviously our business corridor is really important to consider, and part of the MTCC plan too. It factors in, so it's a little bit of a conundrum. I would say that was more a comment than a question, so apologies.
Okay, so all right, so my question is this local, creating the task force and creating a local roadway safety plan, are those like required in terms of Vision Zero? Like we have to do that, like that's their way, or are we making this up for Lafayette?
No, we're not making it up. I think those are the standard parts of a local roadway safety plan. They have components, and they basically are laid out. This is what you will do. And I should mention, having a local roadway safety plan or Vision Zero plan is a requirement for some grants to even apply. You've got to have that in place. And because of that, the state offered funding for cities and smaller jurisdictions to put one of those in place. So I think I know there is a standardized formatting, and it includes those elements.
Okay. Because I know, I'm sure the people on the Trans-Circ are going, wait, this is totally outside of us now, right? I know they can be involved, and they will probably be on our task force, but this does not involve Trans-Circ.
Right. So, as I mentioned earlier, I think it certainly should involve Trans-Circ, but maybe that's a representative, just like you have like for GPAC or the subcommittees at school and so forth. I think certainly it should include Trans-Circ, so that there are updates back to Trans-Circ. But I do believe they're looking for a broader cross section across Lafayette, similar to what you were looking for your GPAC.
And this is, and like I said, we have to do this.
Well, I would actually, I mean, to answer that question more specifically, you know, if you'd like to avoid it, I mean, I could ask the consultant once we have one hired, but that is part of the scope in our RFP, and we did get that scope as part of, you know, other local roadway safety plans.
Got it.
So
Thank
I don't
you.
know if it's every element is required, but I do believe that's the direction we've been given, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Dre. You.
If we have the funding for the local roadway safety plan, and we were planning to do that because we see that as a necessary step to be ready to get funding for the projects that we want. So my question is, how is the local roadway safety plan different if we adopt Vision Zero than if we didn't adopt Vision Zero?
Yeah, it's going to emphasize a Vision Zero policy as part of it if you're willing to adopt Vision Zero. And it perhaps might be a little more generic if you didn't adopt Vision Zero. The intent is the same. You're trying to improve safety on local roadways, right? But with that policy, I think you are committing to following certain procedures and supporting those, you know, with staffing, with funding for improvements, you know, throughout, right? And through the future. And as things come up, we address them, and we address them, you know, quickly. So it's just a little more of a, you know, just a different take on a local roadway safety plan, and more specific. And I believe it could and should include more specific examples of, particularly around our schools and around our downtown, and as connectors to our trails and things like that. I think that, you know, it should include specific examples. Now, maybe a local roadway safety plan would do that as well, but I think with a Vision Zero component, it should definitely have some specific starting points, if you will, in addition to these are the general policies and the types of things we want to implement in the future.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Let's go to public comment.
Okay, if anybody has public comment, please raise your hands, press 9 on your phones. First, we have Grace Dixon, followed by Jessica Lorden.
I did not expect to go first. I just had my hand up, but I will go first. So I am supportive of Vision Zero. I am worried about the workload on our staff, so I don't know how we can solve that. I was a preschool teacher for 18 years and a mom for 32 years and counting, walking my kids back and forth to school. I am near the First Street success story that makes getting safe to Stanley and Lafayette Elementary a success story. It does clog up traffic a bit, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I honestly saw, you know, decision making happening. Like, you know what? It's actually faster if you walk to school than if you drive to school. So that's a good thing, in my opinion. Also, I just feel that anything we can do, and again, I don't have the staff numbers, so I'm worried about staff time, but anything that we can do as a city to bring our residents out of their cars and make them feel safe so they can get to school safely, get to downtown safely, is a very good thing. It's not just very good ethically and morally. It's very good from a business standpoint. Once we slow down people, once we get them out of their cars, they are forced to then walk by our shops, slow down. They are a stronger community. They talk to one another. So every single opportunity we can have to get people out of their cars, walking, on bikes is the right way to go. So again, I'm just worried about staff time and ways you can get these projects done. And Mike, we had a great couple of walks at Lafayette Elementary and Stanley. I am all supportive, and I'll do what I can as 32 years of walking my kids to school and volunteering to help any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right, no. So we'll go to the next person. Thank you, Grace.
Okay, we have Jessica Lorden, followed by Megan Mittman.
Okay, as Jessica comes in, I am having some technical difficulties. I may have to switch my camera at some point here. So if you lose me, I will come right back. Vice Mayor, you can take it over while I re-engage.
Hey, everyone. I missed just what you said, Mayor Kendall. You said, as Jessica comes in, and then I got promoted.
I'm having some camera issues, and so I may drop off, and Teresa will take over if I drop off for a second.
Okay.
That's all I was saying. Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead. Well, I just want to say thank you, guys. I can tell that everybody's putting a lot of thought and consideration into this, and we're all recognizing that at this point, we're beyond just lip service. We're actually implementing things, and that requires funds, right? The current council's focus is safety, especially around schools, and I think this ties in super nicely to that. We've got a petition that has over 300 signatures on it to implement Vision Zero and everything that it entails, not just lip service to it. One of the things Mike brought up was the costs that are associated with bringing this in. And I get it, infrastructure costs money. But what are lives worth, right? We have real citizens of our city that are dying on the streets because of other drivers from our city. And not only that, not only the loss of life, but then from the city perspective. Oh, is that me?
No, that was me. Sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
All right. So aside from just the loss of life, but what about the lawsuits that are brought up against the city? You know, those are funds that get paid out as well. And so how do you weigh that cost benefit analysis? How many people have to die before this project is worth it? And I don't think we need to think like that. I think we just need to think, how do we get people from everyone from A to B in the best way possible, in the safest way possible? You touched on the local roadway safety plan. I mean, we got a grant for that. That shouldn't be a consideration at all. We already have that. We need that to get grants to do the things we already know we need to do. The response times, I mean, the Vision Zero can be implemented in a way that response times don't matter, right? You can have roadways and evacuation plans where you can have flex lanes going back and forth. I think if done properly, it's not an issue. And then finally, aesthetics. We don't need to have big San Francisco intersections in our city. We have those asphalt berms all over our city. They do exactly what they are supposed to do, which is create a buffer between our massive cars and our vulnerable road users. So I really, really appreciate the fact that we are here tonight. I love that we are considering this and talking this, and I just can't express enough how much I am hoping and crossing my fingers that you guys are going to vote on this and that it's going to pass. So thank you again for all of your time and all of your effort.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, next we have Megan Mittman, followed by Cheryl M., then Abigail Fateman.
Hi again, everyone. I just want to say how grateful and proud I am to be here with you all tonight, having this item on the agenda. I just really appreciate your leadership and the urgency with which this policy was brought before everybody and the content of it. I appreciate in Mike's staff report laying out what it's going to mean, the implications of it, the trade-off decisions, and the clarification for how we'll move forward with actually prioritizing pedestrian and bicycle safety and safety for everybody within the city, and what that can also mean for some of the things that maybe we won't have to do, like we've just been experiencing in the past couple of years with the process. I like what it means in terms of some of the trade-off decisions we'll have for Moraga Road coming up, and also for things like Pleasant Hill Road when we think about how to get to Acalanes. You were all just discussing about opportunities to connect with neighboring jurisdictions. Well, the Olympic Road Corridor is a great example of one that the Contra Costa County is looking at for their active transportation plan that's going to need the partnership of Lafayette, the county, and Walnut Creek. And wouldn't that be great to connect the Lafayette Moraga Trail down to the Iron Horse Trail one day by finally fixing that corridor? So I really urge you to pass this tonight, and then to fund it, and then to hold yourselves accountable to it. So to have the task force developed, not just for the local road safety plan, but to actually meet on an ongoing basis to make sure that we're looking at statistics, looking at spending plans, and looking at the outcomes of our decisions. And I'd just like to close, if we're debating tonight whether or not we're going to act on Vision Zero, then I would like to know which of our students, our parents, our grandparents, our neighbors would be acceptable for us to lose, to have another life lost in Lafayette, because my answer to that question is nobody, zero. And unless you have a different answer to that, then I think that we don't have a choice but to move forward with this. I urge you to do that tonight. And then we'll use the LRSP to put our action plan together for how we're going to prioritize the projects that we need to do to take this seriously and to move forward. So thank you all so much for your leadership, and thank you for taking action on this. Let's end this year on a high note in what's been a very difficult year for safety in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Actually, Megan, have you worked on as part of a task force or with cities that have an LRSP and worked through this process?
I lead them all over the state. Yes, I do
Okay.
local road safety plans. I, of course, won't do ours, but yes, I'm familiar with that and familiar with the requirements of this and the cities that have done Vision Zero plans as them. And then I wrote the core elements for Vision Zero, which I think would be the 10 elements that we would use for the LRSP. So I'd be happy to help do any type of learning sessions, and of course, would love to sit on that task force if that would be appropriate.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Actually,
Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you, because I was going to turn on it. Oh no, and ask if Megan would be willing to serve on the committee. So thank you for making that.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is Cheryl M., followed by Abigail Fateman, and those are the last two hands I see raised this time.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm still learning about Plan Zero, and I'm liking what I'm hearing overall. I do want to make sure that we do consider fire safety and the ability for them to get, they have time limits that they're supposed to get to call in. And with the more increased traffic, with all the construction that's going to be going in downtown, I just think about that as a consideration when we go forward. And I strongly support Carl Anduri's brought up something about the Transcert having a combined meeting with you folks. So we don't limit them to 3 minutes. As you know, I value their what they bring to the table a lot. I go to their meetings in the past a lot, and I value their wisdom. And so I think a combined meeting where they aren't limited to 3 minutes and one at a time, I think would be great. I worry about civic participation. I don't want it limited too much. I've, as a person who has been going to meetings, I've encouraged other people to be going to meetings, and they're getting more involved. And I think their opinion about their neighborhood is worthwhile. And then one area that is not talked about very much, the schools are very, very important, but we have a lot of development that is going in behind the apartments on Mountvale Boulevard on the east side. And we have a lot of crosswalks there that are have nothing there. And Mike Moran and I have been talking along with others on the East End about getting a hawk system, light system that would get pedestrians across the street. So I just want to, and that could be also considered a way to get kids to school or kids to Pleasant Hill Road or Takalani. So I just want people to look outside of the schools, although I think the schools are very valuable and what's been discussed and all that. I did the walkthrough. But just to consider going outside the school zone a little bit to Mount Dell Boulevard on the East End, where a lot of development is planned to go in and has gone in. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Oh, no, thank you, Cheryl.
Our next speaker is Abigail Bateman, followed by Rob Sturm.
Oh, let's see. Sorry, hold on. There. Okay. Hi, good evening again, Council. I want to say thank you for having this brought forward. I'm sure that Mike and staff have worked with CCTA to not reinvent the wheel, but refine the wheel so that it can be appropriate for our city. Not everything's one size fits all, and I'm sure that thought has already gone into this. So I really appreciate it. What I particularly appreciate is that this brings together many of the goals and priorities that are listed in our general plan, in our complete streets amendment to the general plan, to our bikeways plan, our walkways plan, to goals from the environmental task force. It really pulls these together into one document. So we're not searching around looking for guidance in all these different things and trying to check boxes and cross-reference things, and goes a step further and really making this something that we can implement. So I do appreciate that and I want to acknowledge it. The other thing I want to acknowledge is something that actually Mike talked about at a previous meeting, that Vision Zero really goes hand in hand with vehicle miles traveled. And when we look at increasing the number of residents in our city, we need to look at ways of making sure those people aren't driving everywhere, because we will never be able to get to school drop off. We will never be able to get to school pickup. We need to make sure that we have infrastructure in place for people to move safely around the community, not in cars. And so this is a critical element, not only for congestion, but also for safety. And when we're looking at the big picture at how all these things that we're working on the city integrate, this is part of it. We have teased it out because we're really talking about, we've been talking about deaths around schools or incidents around schools, but this is part of the larger how do we make this work solution. So I want you to think about that this is infrastructure that's investing in helping us meet our other goals that we have in the city that we have to meet, and create a safe system for all of us to move throughout the community. I guess the last thing I want to talk about is, well, there are two things. One, the NAP process is enraging, and I know that it has been what the city has done for a long time, but anybody who's participated in it does not have anything good to say about it. It pits neighbors against neighbors. It leaves safety engineering up to not professionals in the community, voting things up or down. So I think if we abandon the NAP process, that is great. And I think that's sort of what we've started to do, because it really is a hideous process, I'll be honest. And having a Vision Zero committee does not mean that we don't have community involvement. It's just not like that. And I think getting away from the NAP process is a good thing. And the last thing is really, we're talking about lives and safety here. So when we cringe a little bit about losing parking, or maybe there'll be inconveniences around drivers, or we're gonna have to lose new systems, I'm okay learning new ways of doing things and solving those problems. Because for me, walking safely in my community and having my neighbors be able to walk and bike to school safely is way more important than any of those inconveniences that are perceived might actually be. So thank you, and I appreciate the time.
All right, thank you. Any questions for speaker? No, thank you, Abby.
We have next speaker is Rob Sturm, followed by Carl DeGiorgio. But Rob, you're in. We can't see you and you're muted.
There's always one person who falls into that trap. I'm happy to be the one. Thank you all. I'm speaking here this evening. I'm Rob Sturm, as a member of the public and a father of 3 young children in support of Vision Zero. First off, I want to thank you all for the work that you have put in, both the council and city staff and the many community members who have really leaned into this work. We're fortunate to have such engaged members of the public, many of whom have direct relevant experience with the issues. In my view, the answer to the question of why do we need to pass Vision Zero candidly was and is underscored by the acknowledgement at the outset of this meeting and included in the staff report that passage will require pulling road improvements in the city's 2022 plan to permit redesign to accommodate bike and pedestrian needs in and around Lafayette Elementary School and Stanley Middle School. While there are many practical upsides to passage, that acknowledgement in and of itself illustrates for me the practical benefits associated with passage and the improvements that it will bring in the future to process and decision making. So thank you all for your civil service, both on this issue and the wide array of others that are before you. And I wish everybody a happy and healthy Thanksgiving. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, any questions of the speaker? No, thank you too, Rob.
Our next and last speaker is Carl DeGiorgio. If anybody else would like to speak, please raise your hand or press 9 on your telephone.
All right, thanks for listening. So I want to just go back to kind of a basic premise here that what you're discussing is really, when they say Vision Zero, it's really a vision, right? It's a holistic commitment to safety over efficiency is the big way to look at it. There's going to be a lot of community discussion and a lot of city council members discussing, funding and everything else. And I appreciate Council Member Anduri talking about, well, can we do LSRP, or Vision Zero, or is it either or? And I'm not that familiar with HSIP funding to know, can you still get it with either of them? But there's going to be a lot of work here. The CCTA guide is 168 pages, right? And then the links document was 6 pages of links, right? There's a lot of stuff to be done, and there's a lot of learning to be done. But I think the question tonight really is, do we as a city want to lay out the vision for the next 50 years of what should be the right way to approach, transportation and circulation issues for the citizens? Okay, so this is a vision question, really, more than in the nuts and bolts. How are we going to fund it? What are we going to get done? So that's what I just wanted to say. I appreciated a lot of the comments people made tonight, including Megan Mittman. And if you look at her document she sent in, there were a lot of hidden notes in there. But I think everything we've heard is really good. I think that this is a really good opportunity for the city to move forward with, hey, where do we want to go? The Complete Streets Amendment to the general plan was done back in 2012. And Councilmember Anduri was on the council at that time, although absent for that particular vote. I think that this Vision Zero is really an evolution of what's been going on, not only in Lafayette, but also in other communities across the world. And so this is a commitment to safety over efficiency. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Anduri.
Yeah, and thank you very much for your service as chair of the commission. My question for you is how would you answer the question that you posed?
Which is question?
The question about, do we as a city want to lay out a vision for the city about how to approach safety?
I think we do. There's many elements within our general plan and also the way we are. When you look at, there's the walkways plan, there's downtown congestion plan, there's all these different little components all over the place that when you add it up to how do we get around, how do we be part of a community that focuses on people's safety rather than efficiency of cars going from Moraga and or Oakland through our city up to Concord, you know what I mean? So there's a lot to be done in terms of regional coordination, but I think that this is really a good start for where, how do we maximize the value of living and getting around in Lafayette?
Follow-up question. Would you say it would be fair to say that we used a different lens when we developed the downtown congestion mitigation plan and the bikeway plan, the other plans, that there was maybe a heavier emphasis on efficiency than safety?
Yeah, I wasn't totally involved with the downtown plan, but if you look back at the pilot study where we blocked off the two turn lanes northbound to eastbound on Moraga Road on Mount Diablo Boulevard as part of that, that pilot study had a lot of problems. And in the end, what we said is, you know what, for all the efficiency you try to do, there's going to be an over demand for the amount of traffic that can go through any particular point in the city. And so you can't downgrade the need for safety. And that's what we heard from the public was there's people that were walking on the streets that had to take 3 extra turns just to get to Safeway. And many of them were disabled or sight impaired or whatever. So, there's always going to be a lot more traffic than there is the capacity, right? And parts of Vision Zero has to do with getting people off the road. But a part of it is saying, hey, what do we do in the long term? For example, scooters and bikes and e-bikes and so forth. In the long run, that's going to be a great way for people in the outer regions to get downtown, just for anything. I was up on the hill on Mountain View, south of Brick Street, and I was like, oh my God, I could never get up the street if I didn't have an electric e-bike or something, right? But in the future, people will have that and they will want to go downtown. And so anyway, I'm rambling, but I think that yes, we need to really think about, how do people get around and enjoy life in Lafayette and be safe?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl.
All right.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Powell, followed by Stella Witherspoon.
Hi, good evening. I thank you so much for having this on the agenda, and I am calling in to say that I absolutely support Vision Zero. As you know, I've been a proponent for traffic safety for a very long time, and I feel that it's overdue to make this a commitment. I heard, part of the ARPA discussion where I felt that traffic and pedestrian safety, which was high on the survey list, just kind of, in my opinion, get tossed aside in areas that it shouldn't have. And now is the time to stand up with this Vision Zero and say, we're done with traffic, pedestrian, bicycle deaths. We are working together in every aspect of the city to make sure that this is a big commitment. And what I've heard from a lot of the discussion is looking back at all the different reports and studies, and I'm sorry, but that's really all that it's been. There hasn't been enough action, and this is pulling it together. This is, being one of the first in the area, and let's do this. Let's just, not talk about this. I look forward to not coming to these meetings anymore because you've done everything. Let's work together. let's do it and keep all of our people safe in and around Lafayette. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Well, thanks, Jen.
Okay, our next speaker and the last hand that is up is Stella Witherspoon.
Good evening, Council. Sorry, it always takes me a little bit of time to get my Zoom screen working so I can see some other things on my screen that I wanted to share. Many of the speakers tonight made excellent points. So I just wanted to maybe touch on a few of them just to reiterate. We will have more residents in Lafayette over the next 8 years with the new RENA allocation. Hopefully many will live close to transit and in downtown and will be able to walk around and go about their business that way. But many will not. We'll have people extended out into the neighborhoods, I think in ADUs, which is fine, but we do have a very limited network and we know that we have safety issues right now. So if we increase the number of single occupant vehicles, we'll continue to have issues. So if we are able to move towards active transportation modes and supporting them in a safe infrastructure, I think we'll all win. I think that the direction seems to be moving in that way from the state and the regional government funding sources. The last highway safety improvement fund cycle actually awarded some significant money to Danville and Moraga for bike ped improvements. They each got about $240,000. Not a huge amount, but every little bit counts. And I know that we have needs across our city that those dollars would make an impact upon. So I think it's really incumbent on us to think about the future for active transportation infrastructure, and then also think about how are we going to deliver it safely. And so I think Vision Zero is a policy that can provide the vision, so to speak, to bring those two together and to make an effective transportation infrastructure for all of our residents.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right, no, thank you, Stella.
Okay, I do not see any further hands raised.
Great. So does anybody else have any more questions? And without any more questions, does anybody want to make a motion? Or Councilmember Nduri?
Yeah, I want to do two things. First, I want to address what I'll characterize as a misconception that the ARPA subcommittee tossed aside bike, pedestrian infrastructure and safety. That's not an allowed use of ARPA funds. It's actually the opposite. We put the maximum amount we could in the city's general fund, the $880,000, so it could be used for that purpose. So I just want to clarify the narrative on that because it's kind of painful to hear it described in that way when that's not the way. I don't know, Councilmember Dawson, if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think you described that well, that one of the three things is definitely making the city whole, and to be able to do that, we calculated to the max what we could based on the ARPA eligibility calculations, and we hope that the new legislation might allow us to take more money against our lost revenues, and this is definitely what we want to do to preserve what we have to do and what we hope to do on safety. So thank you.
The second thing I wanted to do, we've heard from two members of the Transcert Commission. I know people could have volunteered, but I'll just say I'd like to hear from any other commissioner who's out there what they're thinking about the decision we'll be making tonight.
Okay, thank you. I think we kind of closed public comment, which may be a bit of a struggle, but I guess we could reopen it if
Well,
they're there.
let me just raise my concern. As you know, when this first came up, I asked that the Transert Commission consider it, that we give deference to the citizens who are our advisors in this area. I was told that wouldn't happen, but we would have a joint meeting of that commission and the city council. I will do nothing other tonight than just express my disappointment that that meeting that was promised didn't happen.
Thank you. All right, any other council member comments?
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Go ahead.
My comment was really about the Vision Zero Task Force and to see whether in the language of whether we'd be ready tonight to maybe make a recommendation since it needs to be formed by the first quarter of next year, whether we could discuss and maybe agree on how many people it is, what date we would like it to be formed by, so that when we adjourn this meeting, the recruitment can already start in the month of December. We could be interviewing in January and then appointing in February. So just putting it out there, whether we would prefer to be more specific to empower staff to act by a certain date, whatever that date may be.
Sure, and Mike raised his hand.
If I could just respond to that comment, you don't have staff to empower to do that until we have a consultant on board that we have selected to do the local roadway safety plan. So that would be one of the first steps of the local roadway safety plan. It's not something that we pre-pick, so to speak. That would be done as part of the plan. That's my understanding. And I just will reiterate, you don't have a transportation staff person right now to do it anyway.
Okay, then maybe I don't understand when we say Vision Zero Task Force, is it of the same stature as the Environmental Task Force?
I would say no, and I see City Manager Srivatsa maybe can speak to.
If I can add some additional comments. The Council Member Kwok, in December, we will be coming to you with the staffing recommendations for the planning and engineering departments as part of the final budget. And that will address some of the comments made about the lack of staff to carry this forward. As far as the Vision Zero Task Force, we would prefer to have the consultant in place to get us to get their comments and their feedback to appoint the committee. It's just that we don't have the expertise. We're learning about this process as we go, and we would like the expertise of the consultant to help us establish that task force. And we view this as a limited duration task force, not one that's going to be here for a long time, but one that comes in with the relevant expertise to help the consultant draft the roadway safety plan and the implementation measures, and then be sunsetted.
Does that help, Councilmember Kwok?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I think that means it helps to clarify that that we could wait until we get a little bit more consulting advice on who and how many and so forth. We don't have to decide that today. Go ahead. I have some other comments, but it looks like there's some hands raised first.
Councilmember Kwok, if you please complete your line of questioning or comments.
Well, I think that when the city manager mentioned that it is limited duration, which I totally would agree is a good thing rather than in perpetuity. At the same time, some of these measures will take multiple years for us to plan, build, and then monitor. And I do think that having that monitoring piece and accountability piece is an important piece of it. And we don't have to decide that in this meeting. But I think that would be something that, as part of just assessing, it could be part of the remit, but then that would mean that it's not like a 2-year term that we're talking about. It'd be, 4 or 6 or 8 years, but maybe not in perpetuity.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Dawson.
Two things. I guess one, I wanted to understand the participation of the Trans-Circ Commission as possible members of the task force and what we're envisioning there. And secondly, Councilmember Ndori, I kind of want to better understand your comment about not having that that meeting with Trans-Circ and Council. What you think we're maybe missing with that meeting not happening prior to this, or as part of it.
I'm assuming we wouldn't take up an ordinance to move away from gas energy for our apartments without having the environmental task force consider it, hold hearings and make a recommendation. I'm assuming there's a number of things we wouldn't take up as a council without having our planning commission, which are our citizens who have expertise in that area, consider the ramifications. And I'm sure we wouldn't vote to buy parkland without having the Park Trail and Recreation Commission consider where we should have parks and what it should be and all those. And we'd have a commission. For the life of me, I can't figure out why we didn't ask that commission to officially advise on this matter.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I respect that point of view. That makes sense to me. And I understand currently we have 2 positions that are open on the Trans-Circ committee as well. And once again, I guess that brings me back to my first question, how this will impact the formation of a Vision Zero task force. I would think there should be necessarily synergies between those groups and representation.
I think we're waiting for the consultant to help us figure that out as well. That's what I'm kind of hearing from staff. One of you guys, which one?
Yeah, yes, Mayor. We would, if the council adopts a Vision Zero, the resolution this evening, Mike will charge our contract engineer with completing the RFP, sending it out, and selecting a consultant. And once we find a consultant that will be suitable for Lafayette, then we will begin the process of identifying a timeline, funding for the process of developing a plan, and also the composition of the committee. And during that period, we will absolutely take into consideration the comments that you made here about including the transportation circulation commissioners as part of that task force, whether it's 1 or 2 members or the chair and vice chair. We will definitely take those into consideration.
Thank you. All right, Vice Mayor.
I was waiting for if there were other questions, because it seemed that there were still more questions. What I heard, and I appreciate Councilmember Ndori's concerns about this not being a joint Trans-Circ meeting. I'm not sure why that didn't happen, but we did hear from 2 members, including the chair, that there is support for moving forward with the Vision Zero policy. And I am hoping, I'm ready to make a motion. I'm actually feel strongly. I appreciate and have struggled and done a bunch of research about, that this is a change. This is a change that will be a cultural shift. It is asking us to put our vision, our values into a policy that says we're going to move forward and we're going to prioritize all modes of transportation, but particularly safety over for our active transportation users. And we're going to, I appreciate Carl's comment about it's a vision. And my tendency is at the beginning is to say, how do we fund it? How do we do it? How do we, get there? And part of what a consultant is going to do is to help us develop that plan to do that, including who, how many, the representative from TransCirc. And I absolutely appreciate all of our volunteer commissions. Whatever happened for it not to go through that whole process, I just think that we have an opportunity here to move forward with something that has been sort of in the works for a very long time. And I'm ready to make a motion to do it and willing to support. So I won't make the motion until Councilmember Anduri. Oh, okay. I'm willing to make the motion, willing to support and appreciate staff and that time constraint, but we've already committed to having a contract transportation person who can move this kind of work forward. We have the funding, and I'm ready. I'm moving that we adopt Resolution 2021-50, adopting a Vision Zero policy for Lafayette.
Thank you, Councilmember Anduri.
I'll second that motion. I want to just pick up a little bit on what Vice Mayor Geringer said when she said this is moving forward. And the way I see this is the future. This is the move to the future. We may be one of the early movers. I know we're not the first by any means, but one of the early movers within Contra Costa County, but we won't be the last because this is the way it has to go. And in terms of the way that we see our community developing, this is just an integral part of it. And the thing is, and speakers have said this, we can't do it halfway. So I think when we vote yes on this tonight, I'm voting yes, anyone who votes yes, has to be prepared perhaps for some surprise from an element of the residents who may not now understand what this means. I've spent a bit of time in the last couple of weeks. I thank Megan Mittman for some of the direction that she sent me. This will make a difference. This is not going to be business as usual for how we decide things. And we have to recognize this, but I think it's for the better. One observation I want to make, and this doesn't hold back from supporting the resolution at all. The resolution is primarily, each of the resolve clauses is about safety, and that's appropriate. That's the way it should be. What I do want us to think about, though, going forward, I realize that safety will lead to getting people out of their cars. It will lead to more pedestrian activity. It will lead to more bicycle activity. But I think we need to couple that with a renewed commitment to promoting walking, promoting bicycling within the community. Because that's not technically part of it, it's a result. But I think what we're looking for in Lafayette, it even moves beyond that. We want to be safe, yes, but then we also want to expand opportunities to walk. We want people, I'll leave it at that. I'm pretty excited about what this means for the community and look forward to working on it.
Councilmember Kwok.
Ditto what Councilmember Anduri said, but let me say that I'm excited about voting in favor of this also because it is a daring and stretch goal. There are 20,000 incorporated cities in America, but only 50 are Vision Zero. So we are an innovator by embracing this, right? We would be really on the cutting edge. And so we should be proud of that and also know it is a bit of uncharted territory and we're all going to learn something new. and have to figure this out. But I think it is absolutely the right direction for us to head. And no matter what the unknowns are, let's go make it happen and do the right thing.
Excellent. Yeah, no, go ahead, Councilmember Dawson.
I was just going to add to that. It's going to be challenging in many ways that we ensure that it is truly inclusive for our seniors who may not be on bikes or may not be walking, and to think of what are their alternative modes of transportation that are safe and that we make available to them to take advantage of, everything else we want to do, bring them downtown. So this is not just about safety, which is so important, but inclusivity and really keeping that in mind as we go down this path. So.
And in addition, we are embarking on our general plan update. So it's important to have this right here, right now in that update for our general plan. So thank you all. So
just add, I just wanted to add that also the general plan and also our La Marinda action plan. And I know this is a step that we're taking, but I believe that it is also going to be a regional, and the timing is right.
Great, thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second of a roll call vote. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Anduri.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
And I am an aye. It is absolutely unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mike, for bringing this, and everybody who participated. And thank you, Transcer crew, listening. All right, we'll go into public hearing.
I'm going to bring in Nancy Tran.
All right, I'm going to switch cameras. So I'm going to drop, and if you pull me back in, that would be good.
Where did he go?
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, council members, Nancy Tran, Planning Department staff. It's past my bedtime. I'm hoping I can get through this quickly. The item before you is a change of conditions request for the entitled project at 950 Huff Avenue, just south of Lafayette Circle. Final action was taken by council on March 22nd this year to demolish the existing commercial building and construct a 4-story multifamily development containing 20 units with podium parking. The project sponsor is currently seeking to modify the building massing, the common open space, and private balcony areas, as well as reconfigure the floor plan and height, both interior and exterior. No changes are proposed to the approved below market rate units, the parking site configuration, or the landscaping plan. This is a brief summary of the project data showing a slight increase in the gross building area, an overall 1-foot building height reduction, and reduction in required common open space. Here are renderings comparing the previously approved and currently proposed project. As you can see, the building's elevator overrun is reduced, the stair penthouse is removed, and the 4th floor is changing from stepping heights to one consistent height. Although the overall maximum building height has been reduced 47 feet, staff recommends introducing some elements to break up the top floor massing as seen from the side, such as through varied coloring, articulation, or plain offsets. Overall, the changes are consistent with the design, downtown design guidelines and complies with the downtown specific plan, except that does not meet zoning code with respect to open space, which requires 20% of the lot area, The applicant is seeking a waiver from the standard under the state density bonus law, since they're only providing 57% of the required amount. And earlier this afternoon, staff emailed City Council an updated staff report and resolution with minor corrections in red, and the missing attachments, which are listed in the report. And these have been uploaded online. The corrections include clarifying the common open space and the private balcony reductions, the table labeling, this minor error from that swaps the 47 and 48 foot height change, and then this portion on the last page, page 6, about the roof having open space, since that was carryover from the original staff report that was brought to council earlier this year. No public comments were received regarding the proposed changes, and staff recommends council adopt resolution 2021-48, approving design changes in the open space waiver requested, the requested condition of approval modifications regarding the entitlement expiration and the development fee timing, and the minor resolution edits correcting the noted height reduction, clarifying the common open space and the private balcony changes. For clarification, the resolution supersedes the previous resolution 2021-03 and appends the current request in the preamble, modifies the municipal code and downtown design review findings to reflect the design changes with respect to the height and the open space waiver requests, and it also updates the previous condition of approval, which required trees at the front, and then in 2020, one of the years was incorrect. It stated 2020 instead of 2021. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Great. If you stop sharing the screen. All right, there's my video back on. Thank you. All right, any questions? Councilmember Dre.
Yeah, Nancy, I think I may have missed something. What did you say about trees at the front of the building?
I just updated the resolution to include the trees that were required as a condition of approval in the March resolution.
Okay, were those the Western redbud or the, I can't remember which?
Can't remember what type of tree. I would have to look it up, but there were three trees that were required at the front.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? My Vice Mayor.
Oh, actually, you know what? I think it's a question for the applicant when we get to that.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, so we will go to the applicant.
There we are. Thank you, Mayor Kindell and the other council members. I have Paul Farrow, who's the lead architect of the building, on the line also if questions come up. If I could, I'm going to show you just a few other images that I don't think I sent to Nancy, but I've updated them. If I could just screen share a minute. You know, clearly our goal was to make some modifications that would both allow us to reduce the massing a little bit, save money. And as we started to price the building, we wanted to end up with something that we could definitely afford to build and construct. So I've got different views that show pretty well what Nancy had shown, but there's kind of sequence before and after. So the biggest moves we made are clearly getting rid of the elevator, getting rid of the staircase, both in the front corner here and in the back far corner, and then changing the roof line, as you can see when you go back and forth, to really not embellish the penthouse floor as much. We've reduced the glass. And part of what we've done, and I know this was a comment by staff, was to make the colors more muted. We previously had, you know, accents underneath the roof line to try and draw attention to the penthouse. But by virtue of what we've done now, we're really trying to minimize and reduce what you see from different angles. So this is an angle you probably wouldn't see. It's from the back corner of the property, but clearly what we're trying to do is minimize the top of the building and just let the sides of the building really transition into something much smoother. This is a view actually from the neighboring apartment side. And we're not only reducing the mass of the building, but we're actually taking off all the railings on this side because there's no deck that wraps around. And again, there's no need for a second stairwell at this end. And then this is, there were colors up here, again, kind of in the same concept of what Nancy had said from staff's perspective. And this is the after, which is much more, as we said, muted and really intense for the building because it's set back, as much as 18 feet from the edges of the building to try and just be minimized. And this is the side of the apartment building looking straight at it again. So I think those give you a good idea of what we're trying to do. Nancy's presentation, I thought was well done. Our proposal is pretty straightforward as to what we want to do. Because we took the roof deck off, we're not going to hit the open space requirement required. But all the other facets of the building are generally the same. So I'm here for questions. You can ask Paul. Fire away.
All right, any questions for the applicant? Vice Mayor Geringer.
So welcome back. This is distracting. Can you stop sharing your screen?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It wasn't look. Oh, yeah.
I closed everything except that.
Thank you. As adorable as we all are, that's a lot of us. In the staff report and Nancy's report, as she led off, she talked about that there weren't any changes in the affordable units. And then I guess maybe I'm just confused, but in the resolution, it talks about that the project sponsors requesting a concession regarding the bedroom mix to increase efficiency in the floor plan in the inclusionary units. So did we already approve that before, or is that a change to this time? Because the language read like a change, but.
Sorry, that was approved previously.
Okay. And then when you just showed Brian the side from the apartment view where there are no balconies at all, do all of the units have some private balcony space, or
They do, and I have a floor plan if you want me to pull it up, but they all view to the north, and then the back unit views towards the creek, or excuse me, the south. So they view away from the apartments.
Okay. Yeah, I looked at the plans and okay, those were my questions for right now. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Councilmember Drury.
Well, as I recall, when we looked at it the first time, one of the appealing features was that public or common space on the top. And the explanation in the staff report is that it's too expensive to build. Can you elaborate a little bit on that and why that's gone away?
Well, it's been priced anywhere from $400,000 to about $700,000 to put a roof deck up because of the trellis, because of the railing systems, because of the additional roofing material that would be required to be able to walk on the roof. And then the elevator is about another $50,000 for a stop. So it drives the cost up appreciably because of the penthouse units. That was really the only need for having the two stairwells going to the top floor and the elevator going to the top floor. But by creating the two-story townhouse units that would, the 5 units along the south side of the building, which would have a second story to them, the code and the requirements allow you to exit through that 3rd level and not have to have exits from the 4th level.
Ah, okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
So I have one quick question. It was with those affordable units, and we say, and Vice Mayor Geringer asked if they have balconies, but as I'm remembering, the balcony on those affordable units is pretty unusable.
Yeah, the affordable haven't changed. I thought she was asking about the balconies on the top floor units, but No, those units haven't changed at all.
Right. So the question, like, so they don't really have any outside space. I mean, that's what I'm remembering about those balconies for their units. It was like, I don't know, 12 inches wide or something. The one was minuscule. Like you couldn't even really go out there. And so, yeah, so the loss of the public space will affect especially those affordable units, right? Because they don't really have a balcony. Just tell me if I'm remembering correct.
Yeah, they wouldn't have the top floor to go to. You're correct.
But they do still have the out to the creek to the back.
Correct. With the deck.
With the deck to the back. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. All right. Councilmember Dawson.
I just wanted to follow up on that, just with the comment. That's what I was noticing too. That the impact of this less open space is definitely more upon those affordable units, and obviously the open space. The city has requirements for that for privacy and different benefits to all residents there. The beauty as well as access to those common shared areas. So I just think that's just kind of a shame that that's the impact and whereas the other home, especially the penthouse areas are going to be even more valuable because they're a little more exclusive. So there's just it's just disappointing impact on the affordable units when we're striving to make them fairly equal in terms of benefits.
Mm-hmm. All right. Any other questions? Councilmember Rendry.
Yeah, I'm the staff report says that staff recommends introducing elements to break up the top floor massing as seen from the side, such as through varied color articulation or plane offsets. The drawings we saw, the visualizations didn't reflect that. Where are we? Has the applicant responded to that request for elements breaking up the top floor massing? Where are we on that?
If that's a question to me, we have not responded. Nancy and I just connected this morning. I was out of town when the report came out on Friday. And my hope is that the council would allow us to work with staff to satisfy their recommendations, along with our goals of why we tried to minimize the impacts of the top floor.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, so I guess we'll go to public comment.
Don't see any hands raised. If anyone wants to speak, please raise your hand. We have no public speakers at this time, Mayor Kandel.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you have, the applicant has another 5 minutes, or I think that's how this goes.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm happy to answer any more questions if you like. If not, I would look forward to your comments.
Okay, all right, so do we have any other questions from council members? Councilor Dawson.
I just have a question, and Mala, maybe you can help with this. This is, at least in my experience, the first modification on a project that we've, already waivers have been asked for in the initial go round. So when this kind of thing comes back, I guess we're still subject to, how many times, so to speak, can this project come back with modifications and additional waivers? Just out of curiosity, because it seems like the project can change immensely then from the original project if there's not any kind of limitation or at least ground rules for that to understand.
I couldn't speak, and maybe I'll defer to Nancy if we have any city prohibitions, but in terms of, I think, Councilmember Dawson, if you're just asking under density bonus law, there is no prohibition on an amendment to the project. I think the first one we may have seen in a long time was at our last council meeting. There was a revision to a density bonus project, but we generally haven't seen them in the past very frequently.
Thank you.
It may help from my perspective. I did talk to the planning director, Greg Wolf, and asked him about minor modifications to the approvals. And I do believe that staff does have a little bit of leniency, whether this is a minor mod or a major mod, and Nairut might be able to opinion on what needs to come back to council. But it was clear that since we had to have, if this was to be approved, the additional waiver for the open space, that's why we came back to you.
All right, so I have a question about the fees. How often do we allow the timing of the fee waivers, or have we ever allowed that before?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure if Nairut has more institutional knowledge on that. I haven't processed any personally.
We have granted payment of impact fees at the certificate of occupancy. Most recently, the Woodbury Highlands project has that as a condition of approval. So as the buildings get completed, they pay their impact fees at that time.
Okay, so and I know you probably can't answer this, but how much time difference is this going to be? Because I mean, I'm looking at the Celia's project, and that could be years. And I just was wondering if there's any timeline that we put on that, or Brian, do you have any estimate of?
Yeah, no, that's part of why I asking the council for modifications so we can actually build the building, financially. And part of that is, the little over $500,000 worth of fees are going to be paid. And from start to finish, it's probably between a year and 16 months. The project just across the street at, 100, Nairut, you probably know, 200 Lafayette Circle. The Lennox project's going very, very quickly. I work next to it every day. So I think we're hoping to do the exact same thing because it does have some impacts upon the streets. But we think it's probably between a 12 and 16 month period. But certainly the city wouldn't grant the condition of certificate of occupancy without the payment of those fees. It just helps us from a financing standpoint, to be candid.
Right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Any more questions, concerns from council? Okay. So do we want to go through the resolution? Do we need to go through it in detail? We've got the new one. So that was my. All right. We've got the new resolution. 2021-48. We probably ought to take a glance at and make sure that we're all okay with it. Or does anybody have any possible modifications to the actual resolution? Oh, Councilmember Anduri, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I didn't have a chance between our previous meeting and this meeting to look at what came in, and I can't print out once I've got this on my screen. So, and I spoke with Nancy earlier today. If we could go through and if Nancy can point out what's different from what we approved last time, that's all I would need to hear.
Okay. So Nancy, you want to bring that up? Oh, Councilmember Dawson.
I had a quick question right before I go through that. How come when there is a corrected version, like what happened? I do see where the corrections are, but how did we get the initial document that had the errors in it? What was that? What was that based on?
after publication, we realized that there was some clarification that was needed to distinguish the reduction in the open space versus the reduction in the balcony area, since it was worded a little bit confusing, or it was combined, but it's actually two different private versus common.
And if I might defend Nancy, she picked this up coming back from maternity leave, and Jeannie Eisberg had brought it all the way through. And so I think there may have been a technique or a delivery of the staff report that was slightly different. So.
Okay, so that actually is a question. So when we bring that up, it's like the first part of the resolution. So Nancy, when we bring that up.
Okay, thank you. There were significant differences in the numbers, so I appreciate it.
Right, that's what I'm looking at too. Yeah.
So the common open space is only reduced from, I believe it's 4,900 down to 2,322, and then the number that's originally reflected on the resolution is just the balcony itself at the 4th floor.
So why don't you bring the resolution up? Can you share your screen? Thanks.
Sure.
Great. So Brian, can you explain what the difference is though?
Yeah. So I think the best way, Nancy, if you've got it right there, the email I sent you, the cover sheet of the plans showed the total balcony space. And so the total balcony space, including all of the small balconies off of the residential units, was the 6,765. Those balconies don't qualify as open space because you have to have a minimum of 10 feet of access or of length in each direction. And that includes various areas that were on the deck, on the roof before, because any area that's less than 10 feet in each direction doesn't qualify as open space. And so on the first page of the plan set, it showed the total balcony area, which was the 6,765. And then when the full balcony on the top floor got removed, it took out about 3,300 feet. But the reduction from the 4,901 to the 2,322 is only 2,500 feet in round numbers, 2,579 of the top floor balcony of the 3,000 and such qualified as open space. Does that explain, or does that confuse everyone?
Okay, so it is still that it is just reducing that rooftop balcony, which is causing this reduction in the open space.
Correct. The rooftop and
right.
There was 2,579 feet that was open space on the rooftop.
Okay.
And so that's the difference between the 4,901. The 2,322 has always been the open space at the back of the property.
Because okay, I get it. Thank you. Does anybody else need explanation of that?
If anyone, I can show you really simply if you want the email. It's got the two charts on it. Let me try and find it. Nancy, do you have it there?
Yes, hold on. Let me just.
What I did is I just cut and pasted the four numbers. There we go. So the top two numbers you see from the original submittal, and the one on the upper right was the 6,765, which was the balcony area. And then of the penthouse area, the 4,340, only 2,579, which is in the lower part, qualified as open space. The rest was too narrow to qualify.
Mm-hmm.
And so then, Nancy, if you scroll down, the new set of plans, the first page only shows the 3,300 feet because the balcony on level 4 is just the individual balconies for the residents. And then the open space is only 2322 because it no longer has that 2579 from the penthouse.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so may I ask a question? So then the open space as originally designed, the common open space specifically, was 4901. That was, okay. Okay. So that's being reduced by half. And just out of curiosity, is the open space number calculated on the entire buildable space, or is there any kind of by unit requirement for open space?
There's no by unit. It's based on the lot area.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we have this resolution in front of us. So Nancy, if you just kind of go through the pieces that are changed.
From the original 2021-03 resolution, or from what was originally published?
Carl, the original published, right? You're muted.
From 03, the difference is 3.
Okay, so the difference between the 03 resolution and this resolution is the preamble, which includes the current requests, the processing of it, when staff deemed it complete, notification, which is down here. And then in the zoning ordinance compliance, the open space to reflect the request that's currently before council. And then the change in the height, because it was previously proposed at 48 feet, now it's to 47 feet.
Okay.
I added this last portion of 3 trees per the condition of approval, just so that it's not lost, but it is still in the condition of approval. No changes there. And then the findings for the design review. And the findings for downtown design review, which also is for the height and the open space. No changes to the major subdivision, no changes to the track map, no changes to demolition permit findings or tree permit or grading permit. And then the changes should be at the end to reflect the request.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? I have a question for Mala. There's, based on these questions and our open space, this is still a concession and a waiver that we have no control over. Is that true?
It's the same requirements we've talked about in the past with regard to waivers, and in order to refuse it, you'd have to find a specific adverse impact upon health or safety or the physical environment. It's that HAA finding that we've talked about in the past. And the process for a waiver is it's that we wouldn't apply a standard that would have the effect of physically precluding the construction of the development.
Yeah.
So it's always, as we've talked about, a bit of a challenge.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, concerns? Council, go ahead.
I just wanted to add, in other developments, I think we've been kind of keeping track of what the waivers are per project, and I'm wondering if there is, an ability to kind of list that out on this project in one place, because they're scattered, I guess, between the original and this, and they're not necessarily called out specifically. And I think it is beneficial to do so. So if we can somehow implement that in this report. Thank you.
In the report or the resolution?
I guess in the resolution, is that Councilmember Andrea? I know we've done this before. We've been does it? I recall. Do you recall if that's been in the resolutions? I think it was in the report actually, because it was pulled out to show that these are the waivers that so that we could see them right away, frankly. So that would be.
I believe that
document
is where it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So in order to do that, would we have to come back for another meeting? And is that allowed?
I think if I could add that they are what they are, I think if you'd like those added to the resolution, I think Nancy could add those and document it for just documentation's sake. It wouldn't require coming back.
Okay.
For clarification, on the first page, there is a list of the previously approved session and waivers. It's as a footnote.
On which one? On
the staff report.
On the first staff report or the?
They're on both of them. It's a footnote at the bottom of the first page.
Okay.
Okay, but if we could add that to the resolution so it's clear as we go back. Thank you.
Okay.
Are we going to cover the conditions of approval?
Oh, yes. Nancy, were those corrected? Or the original ones still stand? Those original ones still stands, right?
The original one still stands. I crossed out a portion that's was the previous condition of approval to show what this request is in this current one, but I left one of them where it is, which is the development fee. But should council approve that, then I can move it to final inspection.
Okay. All right, Carl, do you have any, or anybody have questions or changes?
Yeah, well, I'm happy with leaving it with the applicant and staff to work out the variation on the top. And yeah, Nancy, Brian, is that, make sure you're on board with that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And we're trying to be a good partner here. We try to show that all throughout, and so thank you for if you give us that ability to do it, because we worked well with staff so far and don't anticipate anything different.
Okay.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, sounds great.
I can flip the pages enough. Okay, so I'll move adoption of resolution 2021-48 and the attached conditions of approval, with the understanding that the one condition will be revised to reflect the timing of payment to the issuance of the building permit or occupancy permit.
Second.
There was also another request for changing the expiration date to today's date instead of the previous March 22nd date.
Oh, but that's in there, right? That one's in there.
Oh, yes, yes, sorry about that. Yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other comments, questions? All right, roll call vote. Vice Mayor Geringer?
Aye.
Councilmember Nderi?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
And I'm a reluctant aye. It's unfortunate that we're losing some more space, especially for those affordable units. But thank you. Good luck with your project.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the support.
All right. Go back to the agenda. Nothing moved consents. Oh, do we have council commission reports? Does anybody? Okay, Councilmember Nderi.
This is a minor thing, but I asked Director Moran how is it coming along with the big belly trash units, and got back to me and said, good timing. They're going to be delivered on December 1st, and rain or shine, they'll be installed by December 3rd. So watch for them on your street.
Nice. Any other council members? I have one. We received that email from David Clark about the ADU code modifications from the Creeks Commission, and I'd like to. They looked reasonable. Thought we should maybe take a peek at that after the start of the year, after the SB9 first tranche is gone. If we could do that.
Mayor Kendall, can you explain that? I want to make sure that we jot it.
So Sarah and Greg are diligently trying to get through the SB9
right.
Changes. So I don't expect it to come back until after the start of the year.
And this is David's letter regarding ADUs?
Correct. And the proposed modifications to our ADU ordinance to include the creek setbacks. They weren't very big, but they seem pretty important.
So you'd like the city council to discuss the letter and provide direction to staff?
Sure, or have staff come back with a modified ordinance that we could approve. I don't care, either one.
Okay, the only reason I bring it up is if I have to check with Greg. I don't believe it's on the work plan.
Okay.
So adding
okay.
the task may be a challenge right now.
Fair. Councilmember Dawson?
I actually, is it appropriate to ask a question here of the committee that's working on the SB9 ordinances? Will they be presented before the end of the year? That's the plan. Okay, I just want to confirm that. Okay, thank you.
An additional meeting was scheduled today to make sure that happens.
Yes.
I have much appreciation. I know that is a long meeting, and then you hopped onto this one. So thank you guys.
Okay. All right, let's go to city manager update.
I have no updates, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we'll go to Councilmember Dawson and Vice Mayor Geringer.
Narup, were you going to present the staff report, or?
I'll be brief, and I just wanted to, for the benefit of the public and the council, the council's committee on the solid waste, subcommittee on the solid waste authority, or Recycle Smart, meets annually to set rates for the upcoming rate year. Next year's rate year is rate 8. And this is what's called an index year, which means the rate is already established as per the contract at a rate of 2.29%. Given the many complaints that the that the council and staff have received over the last year about the erratic pickup of trash cans and the shortage of labor. The committee asked Recycle Smart to investigate a variety of scenarios where the rate to the consumer would be reduced and the difference would be made up by dipping into the reserves. And after studying a variety of alternatives, the council liaisons are recommending that the rate increase be limited to 1.5% rather than the 2.29% for the upcoming rate year. And page 2 of the staff report shows the increase to the ratepayer, to the consumer, in both the residential and commercial arenas. And the recommendation is to discuss this proposal and provide direction to Councilmember Dawson and the Vice Mayor so that they can take it back to their meeting in December of the Recycle Smart Board.
Great, thank you. Do any of this, yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I would just add that the way the process works, so Republic submits their increase request, and then Recycle Smart staff, does an analysis of that. And they had, Republic's original was 3.52%, and the Recycle Smart Solid Waste Authority adjusted that downward to 2.29%. A piece of that rate increase, actually 46% of it, is associated with the state mandated organics program that we should have everybody should have received a newsletter and information, from Recycle Smart about what's happening on January 1st in terms of our food waste requirements. The rate increase of the 1.5%, when we're talking about using some of the reserves previously, and the Big Belly trash cans are coming out of that. But in a previous world, before recycling and changed, Recycle Smart actually, and the member agencies actually received monies, diversionary funds, from the recycling hauler, the company that picked it up. That all changed with the shift in our recycling not being shipped overseas and being purchased. So we have reserves in that fund that allow us to do things that are related to recycling, as I just was mentioning, the Big Belly, or in some instances, after a lot of analysis and looking at all of the different scenarios, we as a city can choose to use some of that money to reduce the impact on the ratepayers, on the customers, to shift that. The other pieces, so no more diversionary funds going into those reserves, but what does come back to the member agencies are the percentage of the liquidated damages. And so this year there were increased liquidated damages. So the other sort of, justification for rate lowering, using some of those reserves, was that we're also using some of those liquidated damages. So with that, we would love input or questions.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Dre.
And how do those offset, Vice Mayor Geringer?
What do you mean? So so we're basically taking 146,000, Gina, correct me if I'm wrong, from reserves to actually lower the increase from the 2.29% to the 1.5%.
And how much is our liquidated damages that we're receiving?
I don't know the total number on that we received this year. We get 12% of the overall. So I can get the answer to that. Or
I'm just curious because obviously if we use our reserve for this purpose, I'm not saying we shouldn't, I'll follow your recommendation. Then we don't have it for future big belly purchases or other campaigns that may come along.
Correct. And so we were very mindful of that smoothing, using it this year to do that smoothing, and had a lot of discussions about that. But yes, you are correct. It's 146. I don't know the exact number, so I don't want to guess.
Yeah, I'm
I
looking.
could get the information and send it to the council.
Yeah. Or Gina, do you have it in front of you?
Through the notes now, and I don't see it specifically, but I know we were very conscientious of the point you're making, that because there was variations on even that number for rate smoothing, and we were conservative at the same time, wanted to respond to, make it a smoother transition to that bump. So there, once again, there's reserve left. It's not depleted. But I'm looking for that number too. I know that was part of our discussion. So that part of it is I can't see very well right now. So
yeah, this is hard to decipher based on this. Because I understand the intent, I understand where you're trying to go for, but it's like those numbers are important.
I'll put the question is part of the reason for using our reserve to go back to our residents, the concern that we've heard expressed from our residents during the next door comments and all the other comments, the comments we've received, that why is the city getting liquidated damages? Why isn't that coming back to the ratepayers? Are you trying to address that concern?
We were trying to not have a 2.29% increase. And we did feel that we have enough reserves, and we are covering our other costs, that it was a good thing to do at this time, and that it wasn't going to, on an ongoing basis, diminish the reserve to a point where we would not be able to do other projects.
And we address this every year, right? We're going to go through this every year. Yep. And so next year we may choose not to put reserves in there. It's just a one-time thing. Okay.
Correct. And it really looking at not wanting to do that, because, then if you're doing it every year, you have to start from that place.
Yes.
And so we don't want to dip into our, while we're smoothing, we don't want to dip into our reserves every year.
Yes. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Oh, we should go to public comment. All right, let's go to public comment.
I don't see any hands raised, Mayor Kendall.
Okay. All right, so any other thoughts? Do I have some direction? I'm comfortable with the concept of giving it back, especially since we're getting fees for the delays, and so I'm comfortable with this solution.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. So I think that's the direction.
If others agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Vice Mayor Geringer's proclamation recognizing Lafayette Improvement Association.
So Vice Mayor Geringer's proclamation was actually requested by Town Hall Theater and to recognize the Lafayette Improvement Association. And so I'm not going to read the whole whereases, but on December 7th, the Chamber and is holding their chamber holiday mixer at Town Hall Theater, honoring the history of the Lafayette Improvement Association. And so for some who may not know, the Lafayette Improvement Association has owned the town hall building for over 100 years. And it actually, and if you come on December 7th, you'll hear a lot of the history. So it was basically the town hall. Lots of programs and meetings and things took place in that building. The Town Hall Theater Company has been longest operating theater company, and I'm going to mess up how many years, but I'm going to say more than 70. The Lafayette Improvement Association is going to be disbanding, if you will, and will be giving the property, the building, town hall, and the land around it to the Town Hall Theater Company. And so this resolution is the city proclaiming and recognizing the Lafayette Improvement Association as they do that. And so I would ask that I would make a motion that we approve the proclamation recognizing the Lafayette Improvement Association's legacy of service as it ends its 110 years of operation.
All right, do I hear a motion?
Well, that was my motion.
Oh, that was the motion. That's right. Sorry. I was going back and reading it.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, you second?
I second. That's exciting, actually. With this transition, the recognition transition is exciting for the city and for town hall, to carry on a good tradition. So
excellent.
Yeah.
All right, we ready? All right, roll call vote. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Andre.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Oh, I didn't take public comment. Oops.
I see no hands raised.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So I do want to reiterate, so it passed unanimously. I do want to reiterate that you should be receiving an invitation, but Tuesday, December 7th, 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. There will be speeches at 6 p.m., but it will be a special in-person celebration. There will be food provided by Diablo Foods, a ribbon cutting, roundtable pizza, NoHo bar, and a lot of history will be shared. So
that was at 5:30, you said?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, any written communications? I don't see any. And we will be ready to adjourn. Oh, we just got it. Just before midnight. All right, thank you all. Good meeting.
Good meeting. Thank you. Lots of good stuff.
Yay.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.